Chapter 1529. The alley was a little dark. Coupled with the fact that it was evening, it was even darker. Yellow sand was blowing in the alley. A few pieces of tattered yellow paper were blown by the wind on the ground, looking very tattered. All of a sudden, the sound of an arrow that sounded like a broken bellows came from the depths of the alley. It was none other than the song Luo Tian left behind when he fought against the soul demon in Heaven's Sword City, Never Say Lose. However, the original domineering tone of the song was gone, and it made people feel a sense of desolation. Luo Tian's heart could not help but tighten. He quickened his pace and said to himself, "Blind Lu, is that you?" In a few breaths, Luo Tian came to a courtyard full of weeds. Under a withered old locust tree in the courtyard, an old man with a head full of white hair and a face full of vicissitudes of life was playing the arrow with all his strength. The skin on his hands was wrinkled, and his fingers were trembling slightly. Suddenly, he raised his eyes slightly and saw the young man standing at the entrance of the courtyard. His body suddenly trembled violently. "Luo Tian," his voice trembled in shock. It was filled with disbelief, and hot-blooded indignation. "Is that you? Boss!" The old man was trembling as he staggered over. He was so thin that he was just skin and bones. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him away. He had changed. He had changed. He had completely changed. Luo Tian could not recognize him at all. He walked forward and said, "Blind Lu!" The old man was suddenly stunned and stopped. His eyes were wet, and 1,000 grievances surged in his heart. He was stuck in his throat and could not say anything. Then he knelt down and kowtowed heavily. He looked up to the sky and cried, "God, you finally open your eyes for once. Boss is back, boss is back. Two Balls, Xianyuan, Xiaobai, Frenzied Blade, do you all see him? Boss, he's back. Boss, I am Blind Lu." In an instant, tears flowed wildly. His cries shook the sky. For an old man to cry like this, how many vicissitudes of life had he endured? How much pain and suffering had he gone through? Luo Tian's heart sank. He immediately went forward to support Blind Lu and asked, "What happened? What exactly happened? Where are they? How did the profound sky continent become like this? How did this happen?" Luo Tian immediately exploded. He wanted to know everything. Blind Lu's voice trembled even more as he said, "Dead, dead, dead. All of them are dead. Dead." Hearing these two words, Luo Tian's heart felt like it was being torn apart. He clenched his fists tightly and instantly burst out with an incomparably vigorous power. This power directly burst out and instantly blasted the surrounding buildings into ruins. Blind Lu was not shocked. This was because Luo Tian was a supreme being in his heart. No matter what kind of power he possessed, it would not shock him. Luo Tian asked solemnly what happened. Blind Lu's expression dimmed as he said, "After you left, we cultivated with all our might, wanting to break through the shackles and follow your footsteps into the ancient world. However, the Master of Fate suddenly descended, and so did the Master of Luck. Furthermore, there was an even stronger expert. We don't know what his name is, but we know one thing. With a casual move, he crippled all the martial artists in the profound sky continent. I have never seen this kind of power before. It was as if the stars in the sky had instantly crushed down, shattering the minds of all the martial artists in the profound sky continent. Immediately after, sister-in-law Shui, I was taken away by that great expert. Sister-in-law XN, I was taken away by the Master of Fate. Little Chun-Chun was taken away by the Master of Luck. Two Balls, Xianyuan, Little White, Frenzied Blade, the Heavenly Palace Divine Race, the Huashan Immortal Sect, the Inshan Corpse City, the Gnomes, and the Titans all tried their best to resist. However, they were simply too strong, too strong. They were so strong that our strength could not even scratch their skin. Feng Lei and Two Balls disregarded everything, and even self-detonated. When he said the word self-detonated, Blind Lu's voice trembled violently. His gaze tightened, and his tone became gloomy. He said, "They didn't hesitate to self-detonate, but they still couldn't save them. They were truly too strong. We were completely no match for them." Blind Lu's tone was filled with self-blame, guilt. It was a completely different kind of helplessness. Luo Tian had placed Chen Chun and the others under his protection, but what about them? They could not do anything. Luo Tian's heart suddenly tightened and his teeth chattered. He thought of the moment when he broke through the shackles and entered the ancient world. If not for Xian, and Chen Chun's help, he would probably have been killed by the Master of Fate. It was just that he did not expect that even after he had entered the ancient continent, the Master of Fate would not let them off. Luo Tian's heart ached. Hatred, killing intent soared to the heavens. The Master of Fate. His heart felt as though it was weeping blood. He forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart, and then asked, "What happened next?" Blind Lu smiled bitterly and said, "Not only did they take Shui and sister-in-law away, they also took away the profound sky continent's origin core. At first, we did not know, but later on, we found out that the origin core was where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was located. Without the origin core, the profound sky continent was a dead plain. The spiritual energy within the bodies of all the warriors was rapidly disappearing. Their realms were regressing, and their lifespans were regressing. Then, one by one, they died of old age, one by one in front of me." As he spoke, Blind Lu looked towards a corner of the courtyard. There was a pile of yellow soil there, and weeds were growing everywhere. Luo Tian followed his gaze, and the killing intent in his heart grew even stronger. Blind Lu continued, "Boss, we really did our best. We really, but we—" Luo Tian gently patted Blind Lu's shoulder and said softly, "I'm sorry. Everything is because of me. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have met with such an accident, and they wouldn't have ended up like this." Luo Tian's heart was filled with pain, incomparable pain. This kind of pain was even more unbearable than killing him. His brothers and women had been killed, captured, and died of old age because of him, but he did not know anything. This kind of thing was the most painful for Luo Tian. Suddenly, Luo Tian walked to the pile of yellow soil and said, "Fatty Lei, 2 balls, little white Xian Yuan. I, Luo Tian, swear on my life that I will definitely avenge all of you. I will definitely use the blood of the Master of Fate and use his head as a sacrifice to all of you. I, Luo Tian, swear to the god of death." The killing intent in his heart had never been so strong before. Blind Lu, who was at the side, laughed faintly. Looking at Luo Tian's back, he muttered to himself, "I have lived an ignoble life for 30,000 years, and the person I have been waiting for has finally arrived. Xian Yuan, Fatty Lei, wait for me, I'm coming." "Boss, I have something to tell you. You must remember these words." Half a quarter of an hour later, a whimpering sound came out from Blind Lu's body. The fierce beast in his body had died, and Blind Lu's eyes closed. It was also dead. With a furious roar, all heaven transformed into a dragon god and charged into the void. "God realm, I'm going to crush you." The second chapter was delivered. There was still one more chapter in the morning. Chapter 1530. Every plane had its own set of laws. Space law, power law, countless kinds of laws. Among them, the most important one was the time law. Luo Tian had only left for a few years, but to the Tianxian continent, it was tens of thousands of years. Just like the mythical TV shows in his previous life, a day in the heavenly court was a year in the human world. This point, Luo Tian had never understood before. He had always thought that time was equal, but he did not expect that the Tianxian continent of the past would become like this. The key was that he could not do anything, and this anger had no way to vent. The anger in his heart was constantly suppressed, and it was very uncomfortable. Boss, their deaths are not true deaths. They have all entered the hell world. As long as you can use your power to help them rebuild their bodies and break the shackles of the hell world, they can be revived. Boss, with your current cultivation, you can enter the divine domain. The infernal court and the divine domain are planes of the same level. As long as you cultivate to a certain level, you can enter the infernal court and bring them back. I believe in your strength and also believe in their choice back then. You must save them. Boss, I don't know about sister-in-law Shui. Chen Chen and Xan. Must have been taken away by the two dominators of fate and luck. As long as we can summon them, we can find sister-in-law Shui. The power in her body is extraordinary. Boss, I'm not afraid of death. I have lived an ignoble life just to wait for you. In order to pass on a message to you, I have finally waited for you. Thank you. These were Blind Lu's last words. The reason why he was able to live for 30,000 years was because of the evil spirit in his body. He also fought with his last breath. He survived. When Luo Tian came, his mission would be over. It was time for him to reunite with Fatty Lei and the others. For more than 30,000 years, he had been alone, enduring loneliness and pain. He did not even know how he had survived. Blind Lu's words were like a straw in the vast ocean. Luo Tian instantly caught it. Hell world. Fate dominator, luck dominator. Luo Tian remembered it firmly and thought to himself, just you wait. If you touch my Luo Tian's woman, I will definitely *CK you over one by one. Anger surged. In an instant, Luo Tian returned to the ancient continent. There weren't many changes to the flow of time in the ancient continent. This was the difference between mid-level planes and low-level planes. Uncle Huangfu, tell them that I will be waiting for them in the divine region. Luo Tian did not see anyone. He only used his thoughts to transmit to Huangfu Ju's mind. Huangfu Ju was stunned for a moment before replying in his mind, Luo Tian, did something happen? From Luo Tian's voice, he could feel the unconcealable anger. Luo Tian said, Don't worry, I can handle it. In the end, Luo Tian thought for a moment and said, Uncle Huangfu, if I don't come back, let them live happily. After that, Luo Tian Colossal Dragon swung its tail and charged into the void. Huangfu Ju's heart sank. He felt more and more that Luo Tian was hiding something from him, and it was a big matter. Hearing Luo Tian's words, he didn't want to hide it anymore, but before he could say anything, Luo Tian disappeared. Luo Tian, you are going to be a father. I am going to be a grandfather too. Yaya is pregnant with your child. Sai, you must take care. Huangfu had repeatedly told him not to tell Luo Tian. But Huangfu Ju wanted to say it, but it was too late. If he had said it a second ago, Luo Tian would definitely cherish him even more. However, Huangfu Ju thought to himself, perhaps not saying it is the best thing for you. Worries and restraints will only stop you from moving forward. Luo Tian, no matter what you do, just move forward bravely and never admit defeat. I will protect everything in the ancient continent, even if I have to risk my life. Luo Tian left. Huangfu Ju did not tell anyone, including Fatty Lu and the others, not to mention Yi Yunmeng and the others. These people were all cultivating day and night. They were just like Dan and the others back then, wanting to break through the shackles as soon as possible and trigger the heavenly tribulation. They wanted to become gods and enter the divine realm, following closely behind Luo Tian. However, in the past, Luo Tian had always wished for his brothers to accompany him. However, after the incident in the profound sky continent, he no longer wished for that. He only wished that every brother and every woman could live happily. This was his greatest wish. Huff! 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 Luo Tian stood in the air, feeling the endless darkness around him, trying his best to calm his heart. Ding! The system sounded out. Do you want to enter the divine realm? Luo Tian's gaze tensed up, and this time he did not hesitate at all and said, "Yes." "Ding. Are you sure?" Luo Tian said resolutely, "I'm sure." One, a buzzing sound came from his mind. Even the black divine deity, floating in his sea of consciousness, began to tremble slightly. Next, Luo Tian's eyes went black, and his body was sucked into the black hole by an extremely strong force. In the endless darkness, Luo Tian remained calm. This was the power of the system, and when he entered the divine realm, the system was restarting. At the same time, the system was also upgrading. His body kept floating. Ding. System restart. Ding. System upgrade. Upgrade time is 20 hours. After a few system beeps, a time slot appeared in Luo Tian's mind, slowly flowing. The system that he had just transmigrated to was a level 1 system. It required experience to level up, and there were rewards for leveling up. It was actually the first time that the ancient continent's system had been upgraded to a level 2 system. It was still the same as the level 1 system. It required experience to level up, and there were rewards for leveling up. This was the second time the system had been upgraded. It was also a level 3 system. What would it become? Luo Tian's heart was filled with anticipation. This would be the foundation for him to gain a foothold in God's domain. With the help of the system, he had only used a few years to destroy the profound sky continent. If he could destroy the ancient continent, he could also destroy everything in God's domain. Schwer, wait for me. Fatty Lay, you guys wait for me in the Hell Realm as well. I will definitely find you. Luo Tian secretly said in his heart, I will protect everything I have. Unknowingly, almost 20 hours had passed. Suddenly, Luo Tian's body lightened and fell down. Bam! He directly smashed into a thick metal plate. His butt hurt a little, and Luo Tian opened his eyes. Before he could react, a huge metal claw picked him up like an eagle catching a chick and threw him into a cage. A rough voice sounded, "Ha ha ha, another newbie muggle." At the same time, ding! System upgrade complete. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. There are still 3 chapters today. Brothers, can you give me some more recommendation tickets? The world of the divine realm began to unfold from this chapter. Chapter 1531. Ding! System upgrade complete. Luo Tian sounded out in his mind. Suddenly, Luo Tian could not care less. He had to understand the system's attributes first. He had to understand the system in order to kill better, and to understand how to kill better. Without a doubt, he had been captured. He didn't know how he had been captured. Where had he been captured? He didn't know. However, the only thing he could change was himself. Immediately after, Luo Tian moved and opened the system. The current system was already a level 3 system, and the interface was completely different from the level 2 system. The strange thing was, there was no experience bar, no essence slot. There was nothing. Luo Tian's heart secretly tightened. What's going on? Why is there nothing? How am I supposed to level up without an experience bar? Could it be that the system has repaired my pubes, and I have to rely on my own comprehension to break through? If that was the case, Luo Tian was really not used to it. However, while he was puzzled, a loli with a childlike face and big breasts appeared on the interface. She smiled playfully and said sweetly, "Congratulations to player Luo Tian for entering the divine domain. Also, congratulations to your system for upgrading. Your system is currently at level 3, divine domain." He had heard this voice countless times. However, this was the first time he had seen it in person. Luo Tian directly asked the question that he was most concerned about, and said, "System upgrade. How did I level up the experience bar and the essence slot? How do I break through now? How do I level up?" The system lowly said with a smile, "The essence slot has changed to divine essence point. It can only be obtained by hunting demon beasts, and it can also be obtained by killing people. The reason why it hasn't been activated yet is because you haven't killed anyone or hunted demon beasts. As for why you don't have an experience bar and how to level up, I think you should take a look at your current system name, which is also the name of the level 3 system. Just like a real person, he wasn't an NPC in a game at all. Luo Tian was slightly startled. He checked the name of the system, his eyes shook, and said, "Killing system? What system is this?" The lowly said seriously, "In view of the fact that you've killed very few martial artists in the Tianqin continent and Antiquity continent, the system has been upgraded to a killing system. It's very easy for you to level up. You just have to kill people. You are currently a Tier 1 god. If you wish to break through to Tier 2, you only need to kill a Tier 2 god to do so. You won't need any experience bars. However, I must warn you that God's domain is different from other planes of existence. Here, the suppression of any realm is absolute, and it is very difficult to change it. The same holds true for the techniques you practice. You must be careful. F***CK. What do you mean by the number of people I killed is extremely small? Luo Tian suddenly shouted. Killing less people is also a reason? Was it also a sin? Could it be that you implanted a system into my brain so that I could kill everyone in the other world? Luo Tian was not a homicidal maniac. Most of the time he could use the benefits of killing people to kill powerful opponents. If he could exchange for 10,000 sin points, he could kill the crown prince even without becoming a god, but he did not do so, because he didn't want to be controlled by the system. However, the system had actually turned into a killing system. Did he want to level up? Go and kill people. Do you want to break through? You just have to kill someone stronger than you. Luo Tian could not help but laugh bitterly and said, I really want to know who designed the system, and I also want to know how it was implanted into my brain. The lowly giggled and said, Sorry, this is a top secret, I don't know. Luo Tian laughed. Don't let me find out, otherwise I will definitely break his third leg. Then, Luo Tian asked, According to what you said, if I want to break through, I have to kill someone of a higher realm than me. Then, if I can kill someone of a higher realm than me, can I also obtain a higher realm? Huh. The lowly was stunned and did not react for a long time, then said, Wait a moment, I'll go check first. While they were talking, the lowly on the interface suddenly disappeared. Luo Tian was puzzled. This is too unprofessional. You actually want to check what's going on? Half a quarter of an hour later, the lowly appeared again and said, I've checked, in principle it's possible, but I don't think you can do it. Just like what I said just now, the realm in the divine realm is different from other planes. A small realm of suppression is an absolute suppression, an existence that cannot be surpassed. If you want to break through, if you want to level up, you can only do it step by step. Huff! Luo Tian exhaled and said, Level 1, Level 2 system breakthrough will have a reward. Then this so-called killing system will not have a reward. The lowly said, I know that there is a reward, but how the reward is and what the reward is, this is all unknown. However, I only know one thing, and that is, when you can reach the Supreme Divine King realm, you can summon me out. While they were talking, the lowly's cheeks actually flushed red, and she became shy. Luo Tian was immediately dumbfounded. Supreme Divine King summoned the lowly from the system. All right. Luo Tian said, All right, you can go rest first. If there's anything I don't understand, I'll ask you. The system was too simple. Killing people to level up. This was too, speaking from the bottom of his heart. When Luo Tian found out about the system's attributes, he was ecstatic because he no longer had to run around looking for demon beasts to kill. If he wanted to level up, it was very simple. He just had to kill people of a higher realm than him. This way of leveling up was even more direct. It was even sharper. However, the lowly had said twice that a small realm in the divine realm was an absolute suppression. He was now a first-step divine expert. And if he wanted to level up, he had to kill a second-step divine expert. With a sweep of his gaze, the entire iron cage was filled with first-step divine experts, and all of them were like frosted eggplants, without the slightest bit of spirit. Luo Tian asked a middle-aged man beside him. What's going on? Didn't we enter the divine realm through tribulation? Why are we here? The middle-aged man sighed. Who knows? We were caught the moment we entered the divine realm and we didn't even have a choice. It's really 2F** cat up. Isn't the heavens playing with us? I heard they're looking for a tribulation taker called Luo Tian. The place we're in right now is called Sky Ship. This kind of aircraft isn't something an ordinary divine sect can have. Only a super overlord power can have something like this. I don't know who this Luo Tian person offended to even implicate us. His grandmother. Don't let me meet that Luo Tian brat. Otherwise, I'll definitely crush him. This daddy came to the divine realm to eat and drink well, not to suffer all the time. Luo Tian's brows tightened, and he said in his heart, Damn, could it be the heavenly law divine lord? Tonight's update began. This was the 4th chapter, and there were 2 more chapters today. Chapter 1532. Luo Tian's enemies in the divine realm. Other than the natural law divine lord, he couldn't think of anyone else. Fate. Impossible. He probably didn't even know that Luo Tian had entered the divine realm. Immediately, Luo Tian's mind tensed up and thought to himself, Crown Prince, oh Crown Prince, you are really fast. In order to catch Lousy, you did not hold back, but wash your butt and wait. Wait for me to explode you until you bleed all over the ground. Just as Luo Tian was thinking about this, the middle-aged man beside him nudged him and said, Are you Luo Tian? Huh. Luo Tian immediately shook his head and said, No, if I were Luo Tian, how could I be captured by these people? The middle-aged man came back to his senses and said, That's true, the person they want to capture must be a very powerful person. You didn't even resist and were directly captured like a little chicken. At least we put up some resistance. I think he's also a coward. Look at those tattered things on his body. How powerful can he be? I'm afraid he's a piece of trash who swallowed divine deity to enter the divine realm, right? A relatively young man said with a sneer. Devouring divine deity was looked down upon by the experts of the divine realm. Martial artists who devoured divine deity could also enter the divine realm, but their status was lower. Hearing the word trash, Luo Tian smiled slightly. You resisted. Why are you still staying in this cage? If you have the ability to escape, why were you also caught here? Trash. Say that again if you have the guts. The young man was immediately enraged. Luo Tian laughed. You're useless and still like to shout here. If you really have the ability, you wouldn't stay in this cage. Acting arrogantly here, who are you playing for? You're only like this in the divine realm. If you were anywhere else, you would already be dead. You dog, watch how Lousy kills you. The man was enraged, his killing intent rising. However, Luo Tian's face was filled with disdain. He didn't take him seriously at all. He sneered and said, Come at me if you dare. Arrogant, I'll turn you into a dead dog. Suddenly, Luo Tian thought of a very important matter. Were the cultivation methods and abilities that he cultivated still there? Not to mention other things. Just the forbidden dragon god technique must be there. Otherwise, it would really be 2F** cat up. Immediately, with a thought, he opened the system to check. When he saw the cultivation method column, he was finally able to put down the rock in his heart. The dragon god forbidden technique was still there. The divine flame was still there. All the cultivation techniques were still there. However, all his cultivation techniques had become 0 proficiency points, including the divine flame and the dragon god's forbidden technique. One had to know that the dragon god's forbidden technique did not require proficiency points in the ancient continent and could be used directly. Now, however, it actually required proficiency points. Furthermore, the second page of the dragon god forbidden technique was blank. He still couldn't level up to level 2. Furthermore, the proficiency of the divine flame was 0. The damage value did not change, and once it succeeded, it would be an instant kill. However, What made Luo Tian unhappy was that the instant kill rate had been reduced to 5%, and the instant kill glove in the divine realm could not unleash the kind of instant kill energy that the shadow crystal stone had. Holy sh**T. Killing system your uncle. You want me to kill more people, and you want me to reduce the damage of my cultivation technique. Do you want me to kill people? Or do you want me to be killed? Luo Tian could not help but complain in his heart. At this moment, in the system interface, the child-faced and big-breasted lowly jumped up and down and giggled. I don't have an uncle. If you want to call me in the future, just call me by my name. My name is Little Flower. Hee. With that, he disappeared again. Luo Tian was speechless. While he was checking the system, the young man had already rushed up. Speed very slow. It was even slower than the lowest level warriors in the profound sky continent. Luo Tian's heart trembled. What's going on? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so slow. In the ancient continent, he could travel 1,000,000 kilometers with a thought. But the young man in front of him did not hide his cultivation, but used all his strength to erupt. It was just that his speed was too slow. Luo Tian looked too slow, but the others didn't think so. In their eyes, the man's speed was very fast. At least most of them did not have this kind of speed. Many of them stared at Luo Tian as if they were watching a good show and mocked. Looks like this trash is going to be unlucky. The middle-aged man beside Luo Tian said, Hurry up and dodge. He doesn't dare to be too arrogant. This is the sky warship. If those people from the divine sect discover him, he won't have a good ending. Dodge. Luo Tian grinned, suddenly stood up and said, In my world there is no such thing as dodge. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's footsteps also suddenly moved. The moment he lifted his foot, his body felt as if it was filled with hundreds of millions of kilograms of lead, and it was extremely difficult for him to take even a single step. How could this be? Is this the restriction of the divine realm space laws? The first stage of the divine realm is not even worth a fart here. Luo Tian felt a chill in his heart. Compared to the man, his speed was indeed slower by a bit. However, since he was much slower, Luo Tian might as well stop in his tracks. At the same time that the man punched out, Luo Tian's mind suddenly shouted, God, explosion! Buzz! The power in his body increased slightly. It wasn't double. The divine explosion was also weakened here. Actually, it wasn't weakened either. It was because of the difference between the lower planes and the higher planes, the restrictions of the laws. Even if it was the strongest cultivation technique in the lower planes, in the higher planes, it wouldn't even be considered trash. It had only increased by a little. However, just this little bit was enough. He was also a first-stage divine realm, and he had also just entered the divine realm. Even a little bit more power was extraordinary. He clenched his fist and met his fist head-on. Bam! Luo Tian explosively retreated a step, his right arm somewhat numb. However, that man explosively retreated more than 10 steps, and only stopped when he was leaning against the metal wall. His face was pale. Everyone looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at a monster. They were all first-stage divine realm. Logically speaking, strength and speed were all on the same level. This kind of head-on collision of strength was actually able to determine the winner. Wasn't this too sharp? Luo Tian's heart also tensed up. I didn't think that just a little bit of improvement would be enough to crush me. It seems that the system flower was right. In God's domain, even a little difference in cultivation can result in a crushing defeat. If that's the case, then in the future, when I level up, I'm afraid. Mother***her, I might as well use the EXP to level up. At least that way, there won't be any risk. At the same time that Luo Tian punched the man back, the sky ship's control center was currently locked onto Luo Tian. This kid is not bad. I just don't know if he's the one we're looking for. Bring him here first. The 5th chapter was delivered. There was still an hour and a half before 12 o'clock. Would the recommendation tickets reach 700 today? Brothers, if you have a ticket, help me. Chapter 1533. Wait a minute. The door to the sky ship's control room was suddenly pushed open. An old man in a black robe walked in. The old man had his hands behind his back, his expression cold. When the people in the control room saw the old man, they immediately lowered their heads to show their respect. Elder Mo! The old man was called Mo Chongkong. In this sky ship he was the captain. Mo Chongkong's gaze slightly raised as he looked at Luo Tian on the screen, and said coldly, "The Lord has ordered that the Southern Sky Marquis already knows about the person called Luo Tian, so the person we are looking for is definitely not here." Huh. Found it. Faster than us? The speed of the Southern Sky Marquis Manor is really fast. The control room was filled with whispers, not daring to be too loud. However, all of them were a little disappointed in their hearts. One must know that if they found Luo Tian, they would be rewarded by the Shengtian Marquis. Now that they had nothing, they couldn't help but feel discouraged. One of them glanced at Luo Tian on the screen and couldn't help but sigh. "I thought you were the person we were looking for, wasting time, causing us to almost be struck by the black lightning in the black domain space, almost causing us to be in a miserable state." For this mission, they had done their best, constantly searching for warriors who had broken through the shackles of various planes. Under the divine realm, there were hundreds of thousands of planes, and thousands of people broke through every day. In this short half a month, they had found more than 5,000 warriors who had broken through, but none of them were the person they were looking for. Now, the people from the Southern Sky Marquis Manor had found him first. Drawing water with a bamboo basket into the vast sky, everyone's expression turned ugly. The vice captain asked, "Elder Mo, what should we do with these people?" There were a few iron cages that held thousands of people. To them, these warriors who had just ascended were of no use other than the source energy in their bodies. One of the men said, "Let us work for half a month in vain. We can't just return empty-handed, right? These people who can break through from the lower planes must have a lot of source energy in their bodies. Why don't we absorb all of their source energy?" I agree too. We all broke through from the lower planes. Isn't this too cruel? After all, they are only at the first stage of the divine realm. If they die the moment they enter the divine realm, the power of origin. It was the most important power in the God domain. Ordinary deities, from hegemons to sovereigns, all of these major powers required origin energy, because origin energy was the most primitive form of energy. This was the power that came from the birth of the myriad worlds. This power might not be felt in the lower planes or the middle planes, but in the higher planes, in the realm of the gods, the power of the source was far too important. Everyone wanted to obtain more source energy for cultivation. Mo Chongkong's eyes were cold. He didn't care about the life and death of these 5,000 people at all. He said coldly, "It's time for you to get some money back. Remember, don't dirty the grand heaven worship, or I won't let you off easily." He didn't want to stop them, because this was their fate. He had also entered the realm of the gods from a lower plane. In the hundreds of thousands of years in the realm of the gods, he had constantly worked hard to climb to his current position. Besides needing talent, he also needed luck most of the time. Just like those people locked up in the iron cages, their luck was extremely bad. Just as Mo Chongkong was about to leave the control room, an attendant beside him reminded him, "Elder Mo, Miss once told you to bring a few people back to help her cultivate. I think it's better to choose from these newcomers and save you the trouble of going to the slave market again." Mo Chongfeng stopped in his tracks, was silent for half a second, and said, "Choose 10 of the strongest slaves. The rest are up to you." Finished. Without looking back, he left the control room. 10 of the strongest slaves? What's the strongest? The men in the control room looked at each other. They did not dare to disobey Mo Chongkong's orders, not to mention that these were the slaves chosen for the young miss, so they could not be careless. Immediately, the vice captain said, 5 cages. Choose 2 people from each cage, and there are exactly 10 of them. How do we choose? The vice captain sneered and said, It's very simple, let them kill each other. The 2 who survive will naturally be the strongest, and of course the luckiest. Ha ha ha! Vice captain, this suggestion is really not bad. After being busy for half a month, I just happened to be able to watch a group battle. This is more interesting than the fights in the Xintian city's fighting arena. The most primitive battles are the most interesting. Ha ha ha! The battle of more than 1,000 people must be very interesting. In any case, these people have died for less than 24 hours, so the source energy in their bodies will not be lost. The iron cage will be dripping with blood. At that time, I'm worried that Elder Mo. The vice captain's brows shook, and then he said, This is very simple. Just put the iron cage outside the sky ship. No matter how much blood there is, it will drip down, and not much will be left in the cage. Ha ha ha. Just like that. While they were talking, the vice captain walked to the control room's platform, and with a move of the idea, his voice exploded above the 5 cages. I captured you all because I wanted to know about Luo Tian, but unfortunately, he was found out by the Southern Sky Marquis' men first, which means that there is no Luo Tian among you. At this point, the 5 cages immediately exploded. Since there is no one you are looking for, then let us out. Let us out. Let us out. He continued to clamor. Luo Tian, who was sitting at the side, secretly frowned and thought to himself, Is it someone with the same name, or is it someone else? Who is the Southern Sky Marquis? Who is the owner of this sky ship? Is he a disciple of the natural law divine Lord? Who exactly is looking for me? Fantasy girl? Definitely not. Luo Tian's head was about to explode. He really wanted to know who was looking for him, and why. If it really was the natural law divine Lord, then how should he deal with it? The middle-aged man beside him said in a low voice, Since Luo Tian has appeared, then we have no more value. If nothing unexpected happens, they should kill us all and absorb all the source energy in our bodies. We have to find a chance to escape. Luo Tian was also aware of this point. Suddenly, the cage trembled and was pushed out by an extremely strong force. The sound of a mechanical door opening could be heard. Walala, walala, walala! The wind howled, and the wind blew across his face like a knife. It was too fast. Then, there are 2 lucky ones in each of your cages. Only 2 of you can survive. Who will survive? Ha ha! Whoever can live to the end will be the lucky one, so. Trash, fight to your heart's content, ha ha ha. The 6th chapter was delivered. The old cow did it. 5 chapters of the event, plus yesterday's supplementary chapter. A total of 6 chapters. 2 chapters really wasn't much. Thank you to the planner of this event, the rich and willful brother, and also thank you to the brothers for your support for more than a year. The old cow loves you all, ha ha ha, good night. That's right. It was a very important matter. The brothers with recommendation tickets would support it. Chapter 1534. The higher the plane, the crueler it was. Divine Realm World? World of Slaughter. It was no wonder that the system would directly upgrade to a killing system. In this world of man-eat-man, if you don't eat people, you will be eaten. As soon as the vice captain finished speaking, those who had just ascended in the 5 iron cages all tensed up. They quickly found a safe place and prepared to attack. Let's begin. As soon as he finished, the iron cage immediately turned into a battlefield of slaughter. These people had all experienced tens of thousands of tribulations to get to where they were today. They knew better than anyone else that those who struck first would have the upper hand, and those who struck later would suffer. Killing an opponent would increase their chances of survival. Luo Tian's body suddenly retreated. The middle-aged man also followed beside him and said, Brother, let's form an alliance. Luo Tian looked at him. Forming an alliance was the best choice and said, All right. The middle-aged man extended his right hand and laughed heartily. Shake hands to show our alliance. Luo Tian hesitated for half a second, but still shot out his hand. Just that, in that instant, the man's eyes trembled slightly. Just for a moment. Luo Tian frowned. His palm turned into a fist and punched out. Bam! A punch landed on the middle-aged man's body. The middle-aged man grinned and laughed sinisterly. I didn't expect you to be so cautious at such a young age. Killing intent was everywhere. In this kind of place, no one could be trusted. Anyone could betray you. What alliance? It was all to survive. Luo Tian laughed. I didn't expect you to be so sinister at your age. But in front of me, you should put away your tricks. The middle-aged man laughed. Among these people, the one who poses the greatest threat to me should be you. If I kill you, I will definitely be able to survive and become one of the two. Let's form an alliance now. I am very sincere this time. Brother, at the beginning, I did want to ambush you. Now, I sincerely want to form an alliance with you. How about it? My strength is definitely not weak. If we form an alliance, we will definitely be able to survive. The man became sincere. Luo Tian laughed. I prefer to be alone. Finished. Luo Tian quickly moved and disappeared into the crowd. It was a dog-eat-dog world. No matter how exaggerated the story was, it could not be believed. In the iron cage battle, surviving wasn't a matter of how strong one was, but how well one could conserve one's strength. With more than 1,000 people fighting in a chaotic battle, one would definitely be exhausted in the end. At that time, the person who had enough strength would have a higher chance of winning. Luo Tian wanted to hide, but the damned system suddenly beeped. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest 1000 Slaughter. Mission: Kill 1,000 people, kill 1,000 people, grade. Sea time. 24 hours reward. 8 Desolation 6 Joint Fist. 200 Divine Essence Points. Hidden reward. Quest description. Kill 1,000 players within the allotted time. If the allotted time is exceeded, the quest will be deemed as a failure. Failure will result in a lightning punishment. F*CKU. Luo Tian cursed. Little Blossom jumped out again and giggled. I really don't have an uncle. Luo Tian was speechless. The people in the iron cage were all of the same level. They were all rank 1 deities and were restricted by the laws of the divine realm. Their strength and speed were the same as the beginner warriors of the lower planes. It was very difficult for them to kill one person. To ask him to kill 1,000 people within 24 hours. This was no different from asking him to send himself to death. If he did not complete the quest, he would be punished. Little Blossom, how much do you want me to become a homicidal maniac? Luo Tian was a little confused. Just because he killed few people in the lower planes, he had to kill so many people in the higher planes? Even so, you have to make me stronger. Ding! The countdown begins. A time appeared in his mind. Time passed second by second. At this moment, the huge iron cage was already in a state of massacre. There were already a few people lying on the ground. Luo Tian frowned. Since the quest has been triggered, then let's do it. Furthermore, we might even trigger a hidden reward. Luo Tian quickly moved, arriving beside the middle-aged man, and said, Didn't you want to form an alliance? The middle-aged man laughed and said, Kid, you're connected? As long as we form an alliance, I believe that we will be the ones to survive until the end. Luo Tian said, Don't talk about those useless things. Forming an alliance is very simple. Just go up and do it, don't hide. That way it's meaningless. Do you dare? If you don't dare, then forget it. The middle-aged man pondered for half a second, then laughed. All right, let's go up and kill. He had wanted to save his energy for the last moment. However, he did not want to lose Luo Tian as an ally. Kill. Luo Tian directly rushed forward, not aiming at anyone, but at a person who was struggling on the ground, twitching and already half dead. He ruthlessly stomped down, directly crushing that person's head. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Dong Xiao for obtaining the cultivation of rank 1 deity. 10 points of divine essence, 10 points of source energy. Do you want to change your cultivation? No. Trash cultivation, there's nothing to change. Do you want to cultivate source energy? Ding. Unable to match, source energy has been lost. System your grandpa. What do you mean by the loss of source energy? I haven't even cultivated it yet. How can it be lost? Luo Tian was really unhappy with the current system. Not to mention randomly giving out missions. Killing people didn't give him any experience. It wasn't easy for him to obtain a bit of source energy, but it was inexplicably lost before he could even cultivate it. What was going on? Xiao Hua jumped out again and reiterated, I really don't have a grandpa. As for why your source energy is lost, it's because you don't have any source energy in your body. Furthermore, you have a special physique, so unless it's the source energy where your soul is located, you won't be able to cultivate any other source energy. Let me remind you, don't get distracted. Behind you, the attack power is very strong. If you get hit, your ribs will break. Suddenly, Xiao Hua actually reminded Luo Tian where he would be attacked. Luo Tian was shocked. When he reacted, he felt a chill on his back. As expected, a heavy punch came crashing down. If not for Xiao Hua's reminder, Luo Tian would definitely be injured. If he was injured in such a place, it would be very fatal. Luo Tian leaned to the side and punched out with a backhand. Pum! A punch smashed him down. He didn't give him a chance to climb up and punched him a few times. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Number of 1,000 kills, 998. Continue to kill. One chapter first. The rest of the updates would be at night. Brothers, the recommendation tickets are going to explode. Quickly protect Old Bull's chrysanthemum. Old Bull only wants the recommendation tickets. Chapter 1535. Every time he killed, the system would ring with a notification. Luo Tian ignored it. They were all newbies. All of them were stage 1 god, and all of them were warriors who had just entered the divine realm, so there was no need to replace them. He killed dozens of people in a row. Other than the increase in the divine essence points, all of the source energy had been lost due to the failure of the fusion. What a pain in the ass system! Luo Tian was a little unhappy in his heart. Xiao Hua ran out like a ghost and laughed mischievously. I don't have balls. Balls are something only you men have. Luo Tian was speechless. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly reminded him. On the left, there's someone on the left who wants to ambush you. Huh? Left? There's no one on the left. Luo Tian looked to his left, but did not find anyone. Only the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated. Luo Tian's heart trembled. Damn, someone is indeed ambushing me. The invisible one? Luo Tian was slightly shocked and immediately threw a punch forward. Bam! With a punch, that person was sent flying. Luo Tian did not stop. He leaped up, and without waiting for that person to react, he continued to bombard him, each punch heavier than the last, until he was killed. A notification sounded out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Invisible Magical Beast. Do you wish to replace it? Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering Beast Marshal System, obtaining 100 Divine Essence Points as a reward. Beast Marshal System? Xiao Hua, what's going on? Luo Tian was slightly shocked. One must know that he only had one system in his body, the level 3 killing system. Why would there be another Beastman system? And what was going on with the invisible magical beast that he had just killed? Could it be that one of his demon beasts had broken through and ascended to the divine realm? Xiao Hua's brain seemed to be a little slow. Wait a moment, I'll go check. Then it disappeared from the page. When he disappeared, Luo Tian was deep in thought. Both times he was only able to avoid the sneak attack because of the system's warning. The previous system was only slightly more intelligent, but this level 3 system is completely humanized. It can predict and warn him in advance. Does this mean that this little flower is my bodyguard? She's also a super bodyguard. With her around, we can dodge any attack. Is this the powerful support of the level 3 system? Luo Tian was shocked. There was nothing special about killing people to level up. It was just that it didn't require experience. It could be broken through by killing high-level people. It was so that he could kill more people. It was very monotonous, and it wasn't as satisfying as killing monsters to level up. Xiao Hua was panting, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead as if he had run very quickly. He gasped and said, That beast martial system, I know. The person you killed just now was a demon beast that ascended to the divine realm, so he was still a demon beast. Killing him also activated another system in your body, which is the beast martial system. This system is just like your killing system. You can switch to a demon beast, and leveling up is the same. You have to kill people of a higher level than you to level up, and since you've activated the beast martial system, you have to level up your beast to the corresponding level. Otherwise, the system will punish you. That's about it. He spoke very quickly. Xiao Hua looked at the stunned Luo Tian and couldn't help but ask, Did you not understand? It's okay, I'll say it again. Don't say any more. I understand. Let's put it simply. I have 2 bodies. One is a beast, and the other is a human. The beast martial system is a beast, and the killing system is a human. Both systems have to be leveled up, or else the system will punish me. Is that right? Luo Tian suppressed the anger in his heart and said in an amiable manner. Xiao Hua nodded and asked with some doubt, You seem a little unhappy. Unhappy? Why would I be unhappy? Big brother, I am very unhappy. I have to kill people and behead demon beasts. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Luo Tian exploded. It was already difficult to level up by killing people, and now he even had to kill demon beasts to level up. Beast and martial dual cultivation? Luo Tian weakly asked. Xiao Hua, I really want to know whether I am a human or a beast. Well, beasts have their mothers, humans have their mothers. When you think you're a human, you're a human. When you think you're a beast, you're a beast. The system is programmed. I don't know. Little Flower stuck out his tongue and disappeared in the blink of an eye. CK his uncle. Luo Tian cursed in his heart. Xiao Hua stuck out her head from the interface and said, Let me remind you secretly I really don't have an uncle. Back in the real world. Do you want to change? The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, and the idea moved. Replace. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for replacing Invisible Magical Beast. Beastman of the first step. It wasn't that Luo Tian had turned into the invisible demon beast, but that he had the body of a demon beast. This body was his own, and it was unique. It had started from scratch, and at the moment of replacement, Luo Tian had changed his body. The cultivation method column in his mind immediately changed. No divine fire, no divine explosion. There was also no dragon god forbidden art. There was only one sacred art, invisibility. This was something innate to the invisible, magical beast. Stealth mode. Buzz. Whoosh! Luo Tian's body completely disappeared, and a timetable appeared in his mind. The duration of invisibility was 20 seconds. He quietly walked in front of a warrior and punched him in the head. Bam! He instantly fell to the ground. After a few more heavy punches, he was sent to the Western Paradise. It had to be said, the beastman's strength was much stronger than that of a human's, and Luo Tian could clearly feel that his demon beast's body's defense was much stronger than his own. At the beginning, he was still complaining that the system was playing with him, but now, interesting. From today onwards, I will cultivate both beasts and martial arts. Luo Tian was a little excited in his heart. He had read many novels about dual cultivation, and the main characters were all very strong. He never thought that he would have such a day, with one side being a beast and the other being a human. This feeling, beast man? Beast? Luo Tian did not continue to transform into a demon beast's body. The stealth mode also needed time to cool down, so he had to hide as soon as possible before anyone noticed. Replace. Luo Tian returned to his human body and quickly started to hunt. He was starting to like the current system a little, and was also looking forward to whether or not completing the mission would trigger the legendary hidden mission. Looking forward to it, there was still one more chapter at night. Regarding the level 3 system, there were still many things that had yet to come out. Chapter 1536. A new system was activated. Although Luo Tian was complaining about Little Blossom, he was actually a little excited in his heart. After all, he had an additional system and a doppelganger. Beast and martial arts dual cultivation. This kind of thing would only happen to the protagonist of a novel. He did not expect it to happen to him. Luo Tian was naturally happy. He wanted to know if there were other hidden systems waiting for him to activate from the stupid Flowery. However, Flowery did not know that this little girl had completely confirmed a sentence. Big boobs. Brainless. Luo Tian did not think much about it. What he had to do now was to kill as many people as possible in the cage. He had to kill at least 1,000 people to complete the mission. He started a crazy killing spree. He did not fight. He fought in a guerrilla style. When he saw someone at a disadvantage, he would immediately step forward and kick them a few times. When he saw someone struggling on the ground, he would take them away with 2 punches. It was a little cruel, but there was no other way. This was a man-eat-man world. If you did not kill, people might not kill you, but the system would. The system's punishment must be very perverted. Luo Tian did not even have to think about it to know. In the control room, there were a few dishes and a jar of wine. 5 or 6 people sat there watching the death match on the screen. From time to time, they would laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. This group of noobs, you call this a battle? They're just like a shrew, tearing here and there. Look, look, how many people's clothes are not torn? It's really funny, haha. How powerful were the spatial laws in the divine territory. In the lower planes, they were the super overlords. However, in the divine territory, they were the same as beginner warriors. It's far worse than me. What is this called? You don't say. The battle in the iron cage is really interesting. I think there is a need to promote it in Shengtian City. It might attract a large number of tourists. By then, we will be rich, ha ha ha. Did you notice the person in the 5th cage? In the beginning, we thought he was from all heaven, but look at him, he kept killing people. He was like a mouse hiding. When he saw those who were injured, half dead, and those who were at a disadvantage, he instantly killed them. Damn, I despise people like him the most. He's useless. Smart people should conserve their strength. He doesn't even know this, and he's still running around to waste his strength. Does he really think that this is a low-level material plane? This is the divine domain. How long can they last with their weak cultivation? At first, I placed my hopes on him. Now, it seems that he's just a rat that hides from place to place. What a piece of trash. Several hours had passed. There weren't many casualties. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to finish it in a day. Not being able to finish the fight was a small matter. Delaying their absorption of the power of origin was a big problem. Vice Captain, we can't go on like this. If we continue for more than 20 hours, the origin energy will slowly dissipate. A man reminded. The Vice Captain also noticed this. After pondering for a moment, he said, I overestimated this group of trash. It's time to give them something more. He while speaking. The 6 of them laughed sinisterly. Third brother, enlarge the gap in the iron cage and increase the speed of the magnificent sky warship. This way, just the airflow brought about by the sky warship will be able to take half of their lives. The battle will also end quickly. The vice captain grinned and sneered. He didn't take the people in the iron cage seriously. They also came from a low-level material plane. They had also faced such cruel things. It was just that they were lucky and survived. In the past, it was others who played with them. Now, it was their turn to play with these rookies. Yes, sir. One of them walked into the operation room. Soon, the 5 iron cages began to change. In the beginning, there were only some small gaps. The strong wind blew in from the gaps like knives. Now the iron cage was shrinking. The gaps were increasing. The strong wind crushed in like wind blades. In addition, the speed of the sky warship increased by a notch, and the airflow brought about by it was incomparably violent. Ah, my arm. My arm. Ah, it hurts so much. Don't you want me to die? If you have the guts, do it quickly. Treat us like lab rats. What are you guys? The divine realm world. I think it's a **** world. I want to go back and never come to this divine realm world again. Do you still treat us as humans? For a moment, the 5 iron cages were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Many people were injured by the strong wind. However, the happiest one was Luo Tian. His killing speed instantly increased by several times, and people were constantly injured. The result of being injured was to be killed by him. Furthermore, he would leave immediately after killing them. He would definitely not stay for half a second and would definitely not be surrounded. His actions made the people around him look down on him. Similarly, no one paid attention to him. They thought that he didn't pose any threat at all and even helped them clean up. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Seal Hai. Do you want to replace it? Obtain 10 points of Divine Essence, 10 points of Source Energy. Ding! The fusion of Source Energy has failed. The Source Energy has been lost. Ding! God's Punishment Point +1, currently accumulated 309 points. It was just like the ancient world's in value, but Luo Tian did not know what the use of this God's Punishment Point was. Was it the same as the sin value, and when accumulated to a certain amount, it could be exchanged for an awesome person? Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Ding! 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 The system beep sounded continuously. Luo Tian did not stop killing people. The sky darkened. He did not stop. He continued to ambush and hunt. He definitely did not miss out on anything, nor did he think about conserving his energy. To him, time was too important, and so were the heads. If he did not hurry up, he would not be able to complete the mission. The sun rose. Suddenly, a shocked voice came from the control room. Oh my God! The 5th iron cage actually only has 3 people left. They didn't stop for an entire night. They kept killing people, and the one who survived was actually that rat who was hiding. Everyone in the control room woke up from their stupor. Even if they didn't rest, their bodies were extremely important. The 6 of them stared at the 5th cage with their mouths agape. Looking at Luo Tian, they were all in disbelief, but their eyes were still the same as yesterday, filled with disdain and disdain. At this moment, Mo Changkong walked into the control room, raised his gaze slightly and glanced at Luo Tian and said, "Interesting." It was also at this time. Luo Tian immediately punched out, "Die!" Ding! 1,000 kills mission complete. ******. Please bless me and trigger the hidden reward. Chapter 1537. A night of assassination and sneak attacks. Luo Tian did not stop for even a second. He was fighting all the time. He was clear about his strengths and weaknesses. He knew that he was a guinea pig for others to please. He knew that there were many people watching them kill, mocking them, despising them. He knew all of this. However, before he became stronger, he couldn't do anything. The strong reigned supreme. The strong ruled the world. In a situation where you were not strong enough, whatever you said, whatever you did, everything was pale and powerless. It could not change anything, no one. The mission of the killing system. He had to complete it. He had to work hard that others could not imagine. After a night of bloody killing, he completed it, and he only used half of the time set by the mission. He knew that the less time he used, the higher the mission's rating would be, and the higher the possibility of triggering the hidden reward would be. He couldn't let go of any of the rewards. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the 1,000 Manslayer mission. Obtained reward: 8 Desolation, 6 Direction Fist, 200 Divine Origin Points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the mission exceptionally well and triggering the hidden reward. Reward item: Level 3 Divine Skill, 1,000 Manslayer. Do you wish to cultivate it? He had triggered the hidden reward, a set of cultivation techniques. Luo Tian was secretly happy. All the hard work he had put in was worth it. The Divine Realm's cultivation techniques were ranked from 1 to 9, and above 9 were the Dominator level's cultivation techniques, restricted by the Divine Realm's laws. Other than a few cultivation techniques that were slightly useful, all of Luo Tian's cultivation techniques could not even be considered a level 1 divine skill here. The Divine Explosion was very powerful, right? However, releasing it here only increased its strength by a little, and the instant kill rate of the Divine Flame was also reduced to the lowest. These cultivation techniques were too weak in the Divine Realm world, unable to level up through experience. If Luo Tian wanted to establish himself in this world, he had to rely on cultivation techniques. Cultivate. Cultivate. 2 thoughts controlled it. He cultivated both 8 Desolation 6 Direction Fist and 1,000 Manslayer. Cultivation technique: 8 Desolation 6 Direction Fist grade. Level 1 Divine Skill Proficiency. 0 consumption. 20 Divine Origin Points description. A punch that carries the power of all directions. This set of fist techniques could transform into countless fist techniques. Cultivation method: 1,000 Beheading grade, 3rd grade Divine Skill Proficiency, 0 consumption, 1,000 Divine Origin Points description. Activating it with Divine Essence. One move can break through 1,000 armies. Phew! Luo Tian lightly exhaled, inwardly saying, proficiency starts at 10,000 points. Wanting to level up a skill is incomparably difficult. It seems that God's domain is not a place where ordinary people can survive. Pressure. He felt even more pressure. It had been less than a day since he entered God's domain. The system was upgraded. Flowery gave him all sorts of hints. Then there was the change in the skill proficiency. All of this indicated that God's domain was a world of true powerhouses. True powerhouses gathered here, and if one wanted to become a powerhouse here, they would have to put in tons of effort. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord, the ruler of fate, the ruler of luck, and the man who could control all the stars in the heavens. Compared to these powerhouses, Luo Tian was not even a speck of dust. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists under his sleeves. There is only motivation when there is pressure. I have experienced even more difficult things. Why would I be afraid of this? It's just that, system your grandpa. This hidden reward of yours is too much of a scam. Luo Tian turned around and complained. Flowery ran out again and shook the 2 huge peaks. She said somewhat angrily, I have told you a few times. I don't have a grandpa. I don't care about the hidden reward. It is all the system's own survival. However, don't worry, the system will not harm you. It will only give you what you want the most. Let me remind you, don't think that a 3rd grade divine skill is useless. You have to know that there are less than 5 people on this sky warship who have cultivated a 3rd grade divine skill. Now, do you know how powerful a 3rd grade divine skill is? Hee. After saying that, Flowery laughed proudly. She wanted to see Luo Tian's shocked expression. However, Luo Tian only let out a soft sound and asked, You don't have a grandpa, then what do you have? You bastard. Flowery stomped her feet in anger, and then disappeared from the system interface. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Huh. Luo Tian laughed dryly. There are at least dozens of people on this sky warship, right? Warriors who can have this kind of aircraft must be strong. I didn't expect that there are less than 3 people who cultivate a 3rd-grade divine skill. In that case, it seems that this 3rd-grade divine skill is really awesome. It was more than awesome. It was quite awesome. It was just that Luo Tian didn't know. One had to know. The reason why the system became a killing system and a beast martial arts system was to kill. The system's hidden reward would target the slaughter and give Luo Tian the most beneficial thing. If Luo Tian knew this set of divine skill, 1,000 slaughter, from the very beginning, he wouldn't even need to fight for a night. One move would be enough to turn these 1,000 people into ashes. This was where it was powerful. Luo Tian checked his attributes. Character, Luo Tian rank, level 1 divine, warrior divine essence value. 10200 points cultivation method. 8 desolation, 6 direction fist, 1,000 slaughter. Character, beast Luo Tian rank, level 1 beast divine essence value. 10,200 points shared cultivation method. Invisibility technique, innate, unable to be used with human body cultivation method. So weak. Luo Tian secretly clicked his tongue, feeling as if he had returned to the newbie village, a complete newbie. To the divine realm, he was indeed a newbie. Huff! Since I've stepped into the divine realm, no matter if I'm a newbie or an expert, I will rush to the peak of the divine realm. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists and thought to himself, Shwah! This time, I will definitely save you, definitely. Fatty Lei, 2 balls, Xiao Bai, Xian Yuan, my good brothers, wait for me. I will definitely break through to the hell realm as soon as possible. I will definitely bring you back. I swear on my life, I will definitely. He couldn't save them in the profound sky continent. In the divine realm, Luo Tian would definitely do everything he could to save them. Ha ha ha. Brother, you're really too amazing. You actually killed all these people. I really admire myself. What a right decision it was to form an alliance with you back then. I was almost captivated by my own intelligence. The middle-aged man was extremely excited when he saw that only he and Luo Tian were left in the cage. 2 people in 1 cage. They had survived, which meant that they could continue to live. However, in the control room, the vice captain snorted coldly. I didn't expect you to really be able to kill. You actually killed over 1,000 people. You're really vicious and merciless, but I don't like you. Pass down my order. Adjust the space crack in cage number 5 to the maximum and let him taste the pain of his body being torn apart. Brat, let's see how arrogant you can be. 1 chapter first, 2 chapters tonight. If you have a ticket, please support me. Chapter 1538. The iron cage was completely adjusted to its maximum limit. A strong wind blew in like a steel knife. Swish, swish, swish. His clothes were cut apart, and a large piece of flesh on his arm was cut off, revealing his bones. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Luo Tian cursed. Ha ha ha. Kid, do you feel good? You think you're hard to beat, right? Amazing, right? You're just a lab rat for our entertainment. You killed everyone in the iron cage. Do you think you're amazing? Humph. Since you're so amazing, then I'll let you enjoy the feeling of the strong wind tearing your body apart. Ha ha ha. Enjoy it. In the control room, the vice captain laughed playfully. Mother asterisk cur. Arrogant. You dare to be arrogant in my territory. Don't you know who I am? Vice captain. The gap in the iron cage has been adjusted to the maximum. I'm afraid these 2 people won't be able to live for more than an hour. If there's 1 less person, how are we going to explain it to Elder Mo? A man reminded. The vice captain said, just leave 2 more people in the other cages. Aren't they just sandbag slaves? That's true. Then let them enjoy this last exciting moment. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man shouted loudly in the cage. Didn't you say that 2 people can survive in 1 cage? Why? Why didn't you keep your word? Let us out, you untrustworthy villains. The vice captain laughed and said, When did I say such a thing? Even if I said it, what can you do to me? Going back on my word? You're really ridiculous, you dog. Before you die, I'll teach you a good lesson. In the divine realm, the strong are respected. Strength is king. Only the strong can dominate everything. In my eyes, you 2 are just 2 ants. Whatever I say is what it is. The lives of ants like you can't be changed. Ha ha ha. Very realistic. Very cruel. But it was also the truth. In a world where the strong were respected, what promises, what oaths, these were all said to people of the same realm or higher. To the weak, these so-called promises were just to fool ghosts. From the very beginning, Luo Tian didn't believe it. However, he originally thought that it would be over when there were only 2 people left in the cage. Who would have thought? Luo Tian looked up at the top of the heavenly worship. The middle-aged man said loudly, What do you mean? Didn't you say that 2 people can survive in 1 cage? Now that we've done it, why won't you let us out? Brother, if this continues, we will definitely be swallowed by this strong wind. We have to think of something. The middle-aged man was very anxious. At this moment, it was as if his fate was in someone else's hands. First, he made them kill each other. Now, he was making fun of them. He was completely toying with them. Luo Tian knew this, and so did the middle-aged man. Anger burned in their hearts. But in God's domain, they were at the bottom of the food chain. They couldn't even take a single blow from a rank 2 deity, so what could they do? Nothing could be done. However, Luo Tian had never accepted his fate. Luo Tian looked at the top of the cage and saw a large black metal block. It told him that this was something the sky warship used to monitor them. It was like a camera in the technological world of his previous life. It could be destroyed with just a little bit of strength. Then, Luo Tian lowered his voice and said, Do you want to make a bet with me? The middle-aged man looked at Luo Tian's determined eyes. His fist secretly entered the house and said, Bet! In any case, if we stay here any longer, we will be swallowed by this strong wind. I, Gu Zhongtian, will leave my life in your hands. Luo Tian grinned and said, Do you see the big black iron block above our heads? As long as we break it, we can crawl out through that passage. The middle-aged man raised his head and took a look. Without thinking too much, he said, All right, I'll bet with you. If we can escape and survive, brother, my life is yours. There was no other choice. When one had no other choice, they could stake everything on one throw. Right now, Gu Zhongtian had no other choice. He could only choose to believe in Luo Tian, even though he had no confidence in his heart and even felt a little despair. However, he still forced himself to cooperate with Luo Tian and said, Brother, what do you want me to do? Luo Tian said, I want you to delay them, disturb them, and don't let them notice me. I don't care what method you use, but before I break the big iron block above, you must think of a way to delay them. Someone had to attract them. Otherwise, if Luo Tian wanted to break through the surveillance camera above his head, it would immediately attract suspicion. Even, would there be hidden weapons hidden in this iron cage that could kill them? None of this was certain. Gu Zhongtian said, No problem. Then, Gu Zhongtian begged loudly, Great gods, great masters, ancestors, please do me a favor and let me leave. Otherwise, how about I do a striptease for you? Luo Tian was completely stunned and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Striptease? You can really think of it. I'm really impressed by you. Seeing that Luo Tian was in a daze, Gu Zhongtian immediately lowered his voice and said, Don't just stand there. Hurry up and do your thing. I'm sacrificing my body like this to buy time for you. If we can't get out, you brat, I won't let you off. While they were talking, in the control room, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, he was laughing so hard that he was convulsing. He was completely captivated by Gu Zhongtian's striptease. What a weirdo. Too talented. Deputy Captain, look at that butt twisting, ha ha ha. Is this still considered a man? Man. I think he was a woman in his previous life and a prostitute at that. A woman must be twisting crazily on a man's stomach. Otherwise, how could there be such a huge disparity? I'm dying of laughter. I've never seen such a talented person, and it's even a man. Just as they were laughing so hard that they were about to burst. At the entrance of the control room, Mo Chongkong had been standing there quietly the entire time. The attendant beside him reminded him, slightly, Elder Mo, the other brat has disappeared. I noticed that he seemed to be heading towards the top of the iron cage. Should we inform? Mo Chongkong's right hand moved slightly and said, I want to see what exactly he wants to do. The iron cage is not that easy to escape from. Suddenly, the surveillance screen of iron cage number 5 turned black. He had escaped. There was still a chapter at night. Brothers, the old cow needed firepower support. Chapter 1539. What is going on? Why is the screen black? It is about to reach the climax. What is going on? There is only one piece of clothing left. Half a minute ago, Luo Tian immediately switched to Beastman mode and used the divine ability Invisibility to strike the black surveillance stone. Just as he expected, the iron-looking surveillance stone was easily shattered. The moment it was broken, Luo Tian quickly changed back. It was best not to reveal that he had the body of a beastman. Gu Zhongtian, are you done? If you are, hurry up. Luo Tian wanted to watch a little longer. He had to admit that Gu Zhongtian's striptease was very good, just like an international model. If he was a woman, who knows how many men would be mesmerized? Luckily, he was a man. If he was a woman, the situation would be terrible. Still dancing? Mother asterisk her. I feel like vomiting from the dance. Gu Zhongtian picked up the clothes on the ground and quickly put them on. He saw that the monitoring black stone was broken and a tunnel was revealed. He immediately gave Luo Tian a thumbs up and said, Good kid. I did not trust you wrongly. There is really a tunnel. Hurry up. Let's escape before they find us. If they find us, even if you do 10 stripteases, it will be useless. Luo Tian smiled and said, They should not find out in a short time. They definitely would not expect that someone would break the monitoring black stone, and by a newcomer who just descended. One must know that there was no such thing in the lower planes. Of course, if Luo Tian was not a handsome guy who transmigrated from Earth, he probably would not know either. The two of them quickly climbed up the tunnel. The tunnel was pitch black, and they did not know where it led. The only thing they could do was to climb. If they stayed in the iron cage, their bodies would be torn apart by the strong wind. In the control room, there was an uproar. Why is there no image? I said that this low-level monitoring black stone is not good. Look, there is a problem. Vice Captain, could it be that those two brats broke the monitoring black stone? There's a maintenance tunnel behind the monitoring black rock. If it's broken, they'll be able to climb out of the tunnel. When that happens, impossible. How could two trash like them know all this? They don't even know what the monitoring black stone is, yet they thought that there's a passageway behind the black stone. Even if they had 10 brains, they wouldn't have thought of it. As soon as he finished speaking, humph, a cold snort came from the door. The 6 people in the control room immediately looked over, and their expressions changed. They all lowered their heads and said respectfully, Elder Mo. Mo Chongkong walked out and glared at the vice captain. Do you think everyone's brain is as stupid as a pig? One of them took off his clothes to attract your attention, while the other climbed up to break the monitoring black stone. I'm afraid they've already escaped by now. Speaking of which, Mo Chongkong couldn't help but ask in his heart, how did he escape my sight? When Gu Zhongtian was dancing, his attention was focused on the other positions of the iron cage. He did not see Luo Tian, nor did he see how Luo Tian broke the monitoring black stone. He wondered in his heart. However, he did not think too much about it. After all, they were not face to face and were only observing through the screen. If they were close, he believed that even if Luo Tian used the Tong Tian method, he would not be able to escape his perception ability. The vice captain's face paled and said, "Elder Amo, I will immediately send someone to capture him. I will definitely not let him off easily." As he spoke, the vice captain immediately shouted, "Number 2, number 3, bring some men and find these 2 little rats for me. Kill them." "Wait," Amo Chongkong said slightly, "I want them alive." The vice captain immediately changed his words. "I want them alive, do you hear me? I want them alive." As he spoke, his eyes flickered slightly. Looking at his eyes, one could tell what he wanted to say. The person called number 2 nodded lightly to show that he understood. He had to stay alive. As long as he didn't die, even a cripple was alive. Even if his hands and feet were broken, he would still be alive. If he made them lose face in front of Elder Amo, then he would definitely make them pay the price. Soon. The 2 search teams began their search. The space of the Shengtian skyship was extremely large, about the size of a football field. Moreover, the tunnels inside crisscrossed and were extremely complicated. After Luo Tian and Gu Zhongtian escaped from the maintenance tunnel, they couldn't fly north, south, east, and west at all. After circling around a few times, they returned to their original point. It was also because they left in a hurry. Damn it, Luo Tian cursed. It was already too late. He must have sent people to search for them. If he couldn't escape, then he would really die here. Then, Luo Tian cut the machine and said, "Break open the window and jump down from the window." "Huh!" Gu Zhongtian cried out in shock. Luo Tian then said, "What are you talking about? If they catch you, it won't be as simple as a striptease. Look at how flirtatious you were dancing just now. If you get caught, your chrysanthemum will explode." Gu Zhongtian immediately said, "Smash the window." "They're here." Suddenly, a voice came from the corridor. A guard quickly ran up to him. Luo Tian's gaze tensed up and immediately said, "You smash the window, I'll block him. Hurry up, don't be like a woman." While they were talking, Luo Tian couldn't care less. He rushed forward with all his might, hoping that Gu Zhongtian could break the window quickly and jump down. That way, he could escape from the skyship. "Humph! Brat, with just you?" Then the guard did not put Luo Tian in his eyes, because he was a second-stage divine expert. His job on this sky warship was to do odd jobs, but he had used more than 30 years to break through to the second stage of divine expert. Facing Luo Tian, who was a first-stage divine expert, he did not put him in his eyes at all. They collided head-on, fist against fist. Bam! Whoosh! Luo Tian was instantly sent flying. The power of a second-stage divine expert. It completely crushed him. There was no comparison at all. Luo Tian crawled up from the ground with difficulty and thought to himself, "Little flower is right. Even a little bit of suppression is an absolute suppression. In terms of strength and speed, I can't compare to him. It seems like I have to use my wits." Gu Zhongtian smashed the window with all his might, but he did not know what material the window was made of. Even after smashing it with all his might, it was completely useless. There was not a single crack, and when he saw Luo Tian being sent flying, he became even more anxious. Luo Tian crawled up from the ground with difficulty and said, "Think about your bloody chrysanthemum. Then you can use your strength." While they were talking, Luo Tian rushed forward for the second time. His heart tightened slightly as he thought to himself, "I must kill him. Once I kill him, I will be able to obtain his realm and break through in an instant. 8 desolations, 6 directions, break for me." Brothers, good night. Chapter 1540. Only by killing could one break through. This was the only criterion of the killing system. The enemy in front of him was a rank 2 deity. Very strong, crushing power, crushing speed. Fighting head-on would only be courting death. This punch provided Luo Tian with a lot of information. This was different from the Tian Shan continent and the ancient world. If one wanted to kill someone of a higher level, relying on brute force was not enough. That would only result in one being destroyed. Trash, come again. After I finish the two of you, I might even be rewarded by the vice captain. At that time, I won't have to be a servant of the Shantian ship anymore. That man seemed to have seen a ray of light. Luo Tian was his path to the light. Luo Tian's eyes sank. Moving his fists, he shouted in his heart, 8 desolation, 6 directions. At the same time, his footsteps moved. His speed was not fast, but the power in his body was constantly brewing. His fists also carried a different aura. Divine skill, the servant man said with disdain. So what if it's a divine skill? The realm determines everything. Kid, go to hell. Boom. The power of a rank 2 deity was released. Taking a step forward, his speed was twice as fast as Luo Tian's. Dragging his right fist behind him when he was only 1 meter away from Luo Tian, his right arm moved. 1 punch to send you to the Western Paradise. Boom! Luo Tian once again sent his fist forward. Boom! 2 fists collided. Luo Tian was not sent flying like the first time. This time he only took a few steps back. His heart trembled. A divine skill is indeed a divine skill. Even the lowest level of cultivation technique is worlds apart. It's just that my hand, the joints on his fist felt like they were about to split open. It was incomparably painful. His entire arm was in a state of numbness. Under such circumstances, he could no longer use the 8 desolation, 6 directions fist. The servant man took 2 steps back. His face turned cold. He was secretly shocked by Luo Tian's strength. Take another punch of mine. This time the speed was even faster. The power was also stronger. In another place, Gu Zhongtian reminded him loudly, Brat, quickly go up. Go up, the window is about to be smashed open. Quickly go up. Cracks had already appeared on the windows. If he smashed a few more times, he would definitely be able to break it. Thinking about the bloody chrysanthemum, Gu Zhongtian felt like he had an endless amount of energy as he crazily smashed it. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. I don't believe it. Facing the oncoming odd-job disciple, Luo Tian didn't hold back at all. This time he didn't use his fists to meet the oncoming odd-job disciple head-on. The power of the 8 desolate 6 directions could indeed contend with it, but it absolutely couldn't kill him. 1,000 slaughter. The divine essence value moved. All of a sudden, it was reduced by a large amount. In the meantime, the divine origin energy in his body condensed crazily. A surge of energy shot out from his body, directly forming a boundless saber chi. The saber chi slashed out like a frosty white ice, heavily striking down. Bang! It directly struck the odd-job disciple. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard. The 1,000 slaughter directly smashed him to the ground, but he did not die. He was only seriously injured. Take advantage of his illness and take his life. At this time, Luo Tian would definitely not be lenient. One had to know. By the time he woke up, he might be the one to die. Inwardly, Shifeng was shocked. Sure enough, the 1,000 slash is amazing. It's just like the frost blade, capable of shattering 10,000 souls with a single slash. Only my level is still too low. I can't insta-kill a tier 2 god. Once I reach tier 2, I should be able to insta-kill a tier 2 god, right? The power of a 3rd grade divine skill was naturally very strong. Moreover, the divine realm was the same as the other worlds. There was a lack of cultivation techniques. The 1,000 slaughter was naturally awesome. Moreover, what Luo Tian didn't know was that the 1,000 slaughter was a set of group attack divine skill. Bam. You think you're awesome? Luo Tian took 3 steps in 1 step and instantly landed beside the odd job man. He used all of his strength to continuously attack the odd job man's vital points, but unfortunately, the instant kill glove was no longer of any use. Otherwise, he would have used the Berserk Dragon's Fury to kill him in 1 punch. Bam! 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 On the other side, Gu Zhongtian was dumbstruck. You actually defeated him. Oh my god, his strength is above ours, right? Even a 2nd stage god can crush dozens of us, and you actually defeated him. Gu Zhongtian was so shocked that he was speechless, and then he thought of a very serious problem. Damn, you injured the people on this sky warship, then if we were to be caught. Oh my god, kid, hurry up and stop. Let's smash the window and escape together. If we don't hurry, it will be too late. He was extremely anxious. Moreover, he looked at Luo Tian, who was desperately raising his fists and fiercely punching out, and his heart became even more afraid. You want to kill him? Madman. You're a madman. While they were talking, he did not dare to stay for even half a second longer. If he delayed any longer and was caught, they would definitely not be able to survive. Stop. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the other end of the corridor. The voice was very deep and carried with it a strong force. When Luo Tian and the odd job disciple were fighting, the people in the control room had already seen everything. The vice captain immediately brought people over, and Mo Chong Kong also rushed over. Seeing Luo Tian, who was still bombarding the bloody odd job disciple like a madman, the vice captain was furious. You dog, even my people are touched. This daddy told you to stop. Did you hear me? Bam, bam, bam. Luo Tian acted as if he did not hear anything and continued to attack. This was his last chance. He would definitely not miss the last chance to level up. Every punch was done with all his strength. Every punch was done with all his might. Sometimes there was only 1 chance. Once lost, it would be hard to wait for another chance. Seeing Luo Tian like a demon, many people were dumbfounded. Gu Zhongtian kept saying, it's over, it's completely over, we've been discovered. Brother, Sai, I'm going to be killed by you, you should let go. If you continue, he will die. The odd job disciple on the ground let out a cold laugh and said, Trash, you can't kill me, ha ha ha. The 2 of you are about to die. The vice captain is here. Just wait for your deaths. Luo Tian punched down. Damn it, you still dare to be arrogant. 8 desolation, 6 directions. Both fists moved together. His fist was raised in the air and condensed for half a second. The power was churning, and the divine essence was surging. It heavily smashed down. It was also at this moment. The vice captain's figure had already landed, and he roared heavily, I told you to stop. Luo Tian looked up at him and grinned. Suddenly his smile froze, and in the next moment he roared, Die! Ding! The system sounded out with a pleasant beep. The first chapter was delivered. There was still 1 more chapter in the morning. It's a new day. Brothers, cast your votes. Chapter 1541. The most unbearable thing was to be arrogant. Furthermore, it was at that moment when he was about to die, yet he was still so arrogant. This kind of person. He had to ruthlessly kill him. He definitely couldn't let him live. A punch came down. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. He didn't hear anything else clearly, but he heard the system flower's voice, asking, Do you want to replace? Luo Tian immediately moved. Replace? I have to replace it. Isn't the point of risking my life to level up? How can I not replace it? Ding! Replacement successful. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for breaking through. Currently at the 2nd stage of God. As expected. The killing system was indeed a killing system. No matter who you killed, you would level up. As long as you were strong enough, as long as you were lucky. Even if you killed the current God King, you would immediately become a God King. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The divine deity in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness released a wave of energy, and the black divine deity seemed to be even thicker. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists. His strength was abundant, much stronger than his first-stage god strength. He thought to himself, "This is the strength of a second-stage god. No wonder it would be so overwhelming. The strength is too strong." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A punch came down. Luo Tian's head suffered a heavy blow. His entire body directly hit the ground and was instantly bounced up. The moment he bounced up, a kick flew up and sent him flying again. With a sinister face filled with killing intent, he angrily said, "I told you to stop. Why didn't you stop?" "Killing my people in my territory. Even the Heavenly King won't be able to save you today." The vice captain felt that he had lost a lot of face. Luo Tian had killed 1,000 people in one night, and when he saw Luo Tian's cold expression, he was unhappy. Then, Luo Tian's escape caused him to lose face in front of Mo Changkong, and he was extremely unhappy. Now, he had repeatedly told Luo Tian to stop, but he did not stop. It was as if he had suffered a great humiliation, and his attacks were incomparably ruthless. However, Luo Tian struggled to get up from the ground. His face was full of pain, but his lips curled into a sneer. He stared at the words above the vice captain's head and laughed. "Target number 1. Target number 1. The first target of the hunt? Little Blossom, what is this?" The moment the vice captain appeared, Luo Tian found that he was different from the others because there were 4 words floating above his head. "Target number 1." Why was that? Little Flower poked his head out of the interface and seemed to be very angry. He said coldly, "If you kill him, you'll get a reward. That's it. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." "Humph. There's a system reward for killing target number 1. Is this a new function of the killing system?" Luo Tian laughed. At this moment, Gu Zhongtian broke the window with a punch and shouted, "Kid, hurry up!" He was extremely anxious. He had escaped from the iron cage and even killed someone. If it was him, he would definitely not let Luo Tian and the others off. Furthermore, these people did not treat them as humans. The only way now was to jump down from here. "Want to run? Want to jump down from here?" Humph. The vice captain was not worried that they would jump down from the window. He sneered and said, "You two trash, look down and see what's below. If you have the guts, jump down. Jump for me." What was below the sky ship? It was a mountain range. However, this was not an ordinary mountain range, but a flaming mountain range. This was nothing. The truly terrifying thing was that there were flame giants everywhere in the mountain range. Not to mention a level 1 deity, even a level 6 deity like him would not be able to survive below. Gu Zhongtian poked his head out to take a look and instantly retracted it. His face was pale as he said to Luo Tian, "We can't jump. There are powerful beasts below, and it's a sea of fire. We'll die faster if we jump down." "Ha ha ha. Jump. Why aren't you jumping?" The vice captain laughed wildly, his eyes turning sinister as he stared at Luo Tian and said, "You killed my men. I want you to pay the price." Luo Tian's heart sank. He would definitely die here. If he jumped down, there might be a chance of survival. Immediately, Luo Tian said, "Big Brother Gu, if we jump down, there's still a chance of survival. If we stay here, we can only die. Since you're betting with me, then follow me." Although Luo Tian was very unwilling to leave, target number 1 had appeared. The reward would appear. But without life, even if he received a huge reward, it would be useless. If he had money but didn't have the life to spend it, what was the point of having money? He might as well jump down and take a gamble. While they were talking, Luo Tian had already moved towards the window. After suffering 2 consecutive heavy blows from the vice captain, he was already seriously injured and could not even walk steadily. The waves of pain in his body almost made him faint, and he kept reminding himself in his heart, Hold on, Luo Tian. You can't fall here. Absolutely not. There are still too many things waiting for you to do. Fatty Lei and the others are still suffering in the hell world, and Shui is still waiting for you to save them. You absolutely can't fall here. Gu Zhongtian looked out of the window, gritted his teeth, and then went forward to support Luo Tian and said fiercely, "Damn it, I'll bet with you to the end. At most, I'll die. Even if I die, it's still a happy thing to have a brother like you accompanying me." Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him and said, "Although your striptease is not bad, but I still have to say that my sexual orientation is very normal. I'm not gay." Gu Zhongtian's face turned sinister and said, "I also only like women. I have 98 women in the Cloud Sky continent." Humph. While they were talking, the two of them walked to the window. Luo Tian looked at the vice captain and memorized his appearance. Then he smiled coldly and said, "As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely find you for revenge. I'll remember every punch and kick you gave me. Just wait for me." Finished. Luo Tian suddenly shouted and said, "Jump!" The two of them moved. Just that, their eyes suddenly blurred, and they were directly knocked back by a force. The power was like an elastic wall. It was directly thrown into the corridor. This power was too strong. Luo Tian was simply unable to resist it. Mo Changkong's body moved and said slightly, "I didn't tell you to die." It was also at this moment. The vice captain took a step forward, aimed at Luo Tian's head and punched down. "Brat, you're dead for sure!" Bam! Luo Tian's head was in intense pain and he fainted. He thought to himself, "This time it's really over. I'm going to die." The second chapter has been delivered. Brothers, recommendation tickets. Old cow needs recommendation tickets. Explode them for me. Chapter 1542. Luo Tian wanted to jump off the sky ship and fight for his life. Who would have thought he could not jump off at all? Bounced back by a powerful force, the covetous vice captain gave himself a clean punch. His head hit the hard metal ground and he fainted instantly. His eyes slowly closed. Looking at the sinister and sneering vice captain, Luo Tian swore in his heart, "Don't give me a chance, or I'll pay you back 10 times today." His eyes closed. He was unconscious. Luo Tian knew in his heart that he would not be able to escape death. Perhaps this was good too. He could directly enter the infernal court to choose Fatty Lei and 2 balls, then kill his way to the divine realm from the infernal court, and explode this *T vice captain's anus. Huff, 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 after an unknown amount of time. Little brother, little brother, little brother. Luo Tian's ears kept ringing with Gu Zhongtian's voice. Pain. It was very painful. His entire body was in intense pain. This feeling was similar to when he first crossed over to the Tianqian continent. Am I dead? Luo Tian could not help but ask himself. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Gu Zhongtian. This guy is dead too, right? If I die, he won't be able to escape death either. How could a fiendish vice captain let them go so easily? You're awake. You're finally awake. You've been unconscious for half a month. Ha ha ha. Gu Zhongtian looked at Luo Tian, slowly opening his eyes, and felt relieved. He helped Luo Tian up and immediately said to a man in tattered clothes beside him, "Quick, get some water." "Brother, we're still alive. We're still alive. Ha ha ha. You've been unconscious for half a month," Gu Zhongtian said. Luo Tian's consciousness gradually became clear. Alive? When he heard the word alive, Luo Tian's body suddenly trembled. A murderous intent immediately condensed in his eyes. He was not happy that he was alive. Instead, he said with murderous intent in his heart, "Vice Captain, reward target number 1, just you wait. I will definitely take revenge for what happened on the magnificent heaven worship." Luo Tian swore in his heart. No matter how he survived, it was definitely not because the vice captain was merciful. He definitely wanted to kill him. A few minutes passed. Luo Tian drank some water, and his mind finally became clear. He looked at the surrounding environment. In a dark and damp room, there were people on both sides of the room. Every one of them was covered in scars, and their clothes were tattered. They looked listless, like prisoners in prison, or even worse. Where is this? First, he had to figure out where he was. Gu Zhongtian smiled. Xingtian Prefecture. Xingtian Prefecture. Luo Tian frowned and thought of the Xingtian warships, vice captain. His heart trembled. It seems that this is the will of the heavens. I was still thinking about how to find you. I didn't expect that we would be living under the same roof. This makes it much easier to find you. Luo Tian asked again, why are there so many people? Gu Zhongtian's expression immediately dimmed, and he sighed again and again. These people are all slaves, the human sandbags of the Shengtian Prefecture's martial artists, the targets of their divine skills. This is a slave concentration camp. We are also slaves. Speaking of this, Gu Zhongtian was unusually unhappy. He muttered to himself, I am a dignified overlord of a plane, and I wholeheartedly pursue the peak of the martial way. I didn't expect to fall to this point after entering the divine domain. If I can go back, I will definitely go back, but there is no turning back. With our cultivation, we can't travel through the spatial laws of the divine domain. Slave concentration camp? What happened in this half a month? How did we suddenly become slaves? Right, what happened after I fainted? Who saved us? No matter what, he was still alive. Someone must have helped them. Otherwise, with the vice captain's personality, the two of them would have already reported to the king of hell. Gu Zhongtian's expression immediately changed. F***CK. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Do you know what happened after you fainted? That vice captain knocked you out with a punch, and then he stepped on your head, wanting to crush your head. You don't know how dangerous it was. As long as he used a little force, your little life would have been gone. At that time, I threw myself forward to save you from danger. Messing with my brother is touching my reverse scale. I absolutely won't allow it. But you also know that I am only a first-order god. How could I be the vice captain's opponent? So, I was just pretending to scare him. Brother, if I was stronger than him, I would have sent him to heaven in a matter of minutes. Gu Zhongtian said with a smile. Luo Tian said impatiently, get to the point. Gu Zhongtian's expression became serious, and he continued, Everyone thought you were going to die. The vice captain had a smug look on his face and stepped on you, but at that moment, that elder Amo suddenly moved. You don't know how fast that speed was. It was simply dazzling. In the blink of an eye, Elder Amo stood in front of the vice captain. Without waiting for him to speak, Elder Amo slapped him across the face. The powerful force of the slap sent the vice captain sprawling to the ground. Elder Amo then coldly said, You don't have the right to make decisions on the heavenly ship. That expression and that tone. Wow, you don't know how domineering he is. I almost wanted to worship him. He's too cool. Moreover, the vice captain didn't even have the slightest temper after being slapped to the ground by Elder Amo. He quickly stood up and retreated to the side, not even daring to let out a fart. The handprint on his face was clearly visible. Don't even mention how ugly his expression was. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh, said Gu Zhongtian excitedly. Luo Tian's brows twitched, and the seemingly weak old man appeared in his mind. He thought to himself he was the one who saved us. Gu Zhongtian said seriously, Brother, let me remind you that you must be careful in Shengtian Prefecture. In the past half a month, the vice captain has sent people to inquire about you several times. I don't think he will let it go so easily. You must stay away from him. We are not his opponent, and we are in Shengtian Prefecture. You have to lower your head when you are under someone else's roof. You must endure it. He was also worried that Luo Tian would act rashly. Luo Tian laughed faintly. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. However, in his heart he thought to himself, Just you wait, I'm not your match now, but it won't be long before I trample you to death under my feet. I must take down the first boss. I must obtain the system's reward. At this moment, the sound of a gong came from outside the house. Everyone in the room trembled, their faces pale with fright. If only we were chosen by the 3rd Mississippi, Gu Zhongtian imagined for a moment. Then his expression became nervous. He said to Luo Tian in a low voice, "We're going to choose slaves to accompany them in their trials. Lower your head later. Don't care about anything. Don't say anything, and don't meddle in other people's business, understand? If you have a vote, then support it. Brothers, good night." Chapter 1543. Waking up and becoming a slave. It didn't matter. As long as he was alive. As long as he was alive, he could change everything. Luo Tian nodded inwardly. There were about 100 slaves in this slave camp. They were in groups of 3 to 5. Some of them were alone and curled up in a corner. When they heard the sound of the gong, they immediately trembled in fear. Among these slaves, there was no lack of old men. There were even a few female slaves. All of them had a common characteristic. There were many injuries on their bodies. Everyone's eyes were trembling in fear. Suddenly, the door of the slave camp was kicked open. Clang! Before the person appeared, a long whip with thorns lashed out like a spirit snake. Who? Pa! A crack appeared on the bluestone floor. This bluestone floor had already shattered into countless pieces. The previous crack was a new one. It could be seen that the person who used the whip had a high cultivation. Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear the gong? A middle-aged man with a slightly plump body walked in. However, his cultivation was not weak at all. He retracted his whip and rolled it into a ball before returning it to his palm. He glanced around and his eyes turned cold. "I'm talking to you, bunch of trash." "Pa!" Before he finished speaking, the whip in his hand lashed out. The whip looked less than 3 meters long, but the distance it lashed out was more than 5 meters. There was a small blade at the end of the whip. When the whip lashed out, it directly sliced open the face of an old man leaning against the wall. Fresh blood flowed out. "Ah!" the old man screamed and quickly knelt on the ground. "Manager, who? Please spare me. Manager, who? Please spare me." He repeatedly begged for mercy. His methods were extremely ruthless. Gu Zhongtian said in a low voice, "He is Hu Yuan, the manager of the slave camp. He is a rank 3 deity and is known for his ruthlessness. The number of slaves who died in his hands is more than those who died in the hands of Xingtian Prefecture's disciples. You must not stand out. In this world, no one can control anyone. It wasn't easy for us to escape with our lives. We must cherish it." Seeing the old man kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, and seeing Hu Yuan's smug expression, Luo Tian was very unhappy. He thought to himself, "Rank 3 deity, right? Humph." Hu Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Spare my life? If you want to spare my life, then hurry up and get out of here. If you make young Master Lin wait too long, I'll take your dog life." Shortly after, Hu Yuan turned his gaze and stared at a sturdy young man in the middle of the room. He said with extreme displeasure, "Madman Su, how do you manage the slave camp? Like I said, you must arrange everything for me before I ring the gong every day." Madman Su's face was cold, and he didn't reply. Hu Yuan coldly snorted and said, "Don't be so shameless. Your status is only a slave. I will give you 3 minutes to arrange 10 people for young Master Lin to practice the soaring heaven fist. If you exceed the time limit, humph, you know what will happen to him. After that." Hu Yuan glanced at Luo Tian from the corner of his eye. His eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he turned around and walked out of the room. "Young Master Lin? Lin Ba, he is a homicidal maniac. How is this a cultivation technique? Furthermore, the soaring heaven fist is a tier 2 divine skill. We can't block it at all. If we go, we will definitely die. I won't go, even if you beat me to death." vicious and merciless. Hundreds of slaves have died in his hands. Last time, I saw him twist off the head of a female slave with my own eyes. It's too cruel. Madman Su, don't look at me. I won't go. After Hu Yuan left, the concentration camp exploded. Gu Zhongtian said to Luo Tian in a low voice that Madman Su is the slave leader of the concentration camp. His cultivation is at the second step of the divine stage, and he can be considered a special case in the slave camp. Every day, he is in charge of who goes out for the young masters to practice their fists. Actually, the reason why Madman Su forgot was because of Luo Tian's awakening. In this half a month, he had been paying attention to Luo Tian, because Luo Tian was also a special case in this concentration camp. He was at the second step of the divine stage. Gu Zhongtian continued. The young master Lin Ba they're talking about is a young master from a side branch of Shengtian Prefecture. He is a peripheral character of Shengtian Prefecture, perhaps because he was not liked since he was young. He likes to find a sense of superiority over us. He is exceptionally hateful towards us slaves. If we don't die, we will be crippled. At least 8 out of 10 slaves will die. In the divine realm, human lives were worthless, just like grass. It was very common for a small branch family member to kill hundreds of slaves while practicing martial arts. Moreover, no one in the Shengtian mansion would think that he was cruel. They would only say that he was hardworking. This was also the way Lin Ba wanted to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Brother Su, there is not much time left. If we don't get someone out, Fatty, who will definitely find trouble with you. A brother beside Madman Su reminded him. How could Madman Su not know? Who? Taking a deep breath, Madman Su looked at the crippled old men in the corner and said, You, and all of you. In one breath, he picked 9 people out. All of them were old, weak, sick, and disabled. The 9 people curled up in the corner and said in fear, I'm not going. Madman Su, you're even more vicious than that Fatty Hu. We old men can't even take a punch from you. You're trying to take our lives. Madman Su's face was cold. He did not explain too much, but he secretly clenched his fists under his sleeves. Luo Tian could clearly hear the contraction of his strength. Big brother. And 2 female slaves. I'm afraid. A man frowned. Another man immediately said, Old 5, why do you care about their lives? The weak are prey to the strong. This is the law of survival. Big brother can only blame his bad luck for choosing them. No matter how powerful he is in his next life, don't come to the divine realm to pursue some bullshit martial arts peak. Madman Su's face became even colder. He still did not say a word. Get up. Hurry up and get out. If you don't blame me for being rude. You'd better be sensible. Otherwise, it won't be good if we take action. Several strong men came forward to drive them away. They had to send these slaves out at the specified time. Otherwise, if Fatty Hu went crazy, they would suffer. Madman Su, you bastard. Who took care of you when you were seriously injured? Now that you are so powerful, you want to drive us old men out. You are 100 times more vicious than Fatty Hu. We are just women. Don't drive us out. Don't, please. The scene was very painful. Gu Zhongtian kept pulling Luo Tian and said, Don't stand out. But Luo Tian saw this situation and the anger in his heart burst out. He suddenly stood up and said, Why did you choose? Why didn't you go out and provide the cultivation method for Lin Ba? Madman Su glared and suddenly burst out, Because I am the strongest in the slave camp. Oh, then you are not now. Luo Tian walked out. Not long after he came back, he started to update. There was one more chapter before 7 o'clock. Chapter 1544. Everyone lived for a lifetime. It was all for the sake of being happy. Seeing something unpleasant, Luo Tian was unhappy. He didn't care why Madman Sue expelled those old, weak, sick, and disabled people. But seeing those old people and women begging, kneeling on the ground, and desperately struggling, Luo Tian was unhappy. Unhappy? Then do it. So Luo Tian stood up. His eyes locked on Madman Sue and said, "We are all weak. We should be united instead of abandoning the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Your life is a life, and their lives are also a life. Don't let them die because of your words." These old people and women would only have one ending if they went out. Death. Luo Tian didn't know them. He could ignore them. But if people lived like this, they would be too indifferent, just like cold-blooded animals. Madman Sue sneered and said, "Since you want to fight for justice for them, then go out on their behalf. You want to fight with me? If you have the guts, then beat up all the people of Xingtian Prefecture and save them." Humph! Do you think I want them to go out and die? Do you think I'm happy to decide their fates? If they didn't die, we would be the ones to die. Every one of them was seriously injured, and many of them won't live for more than a few days. I will remember their deaths. As long as I'm alive, I, Madman Sue, will definitely avenge them. Madman Sue said indignantly. The choice he made was what he thought was the best choice, giving up the old, weak, sick, and disabled, keeping their cultivation and the stronger slaves. He also did it to protect the slave camp. For a moment, Luo Tian was speechless. Indeed, if they didn't arrange for people to go out and cultivate for Lin Ba, then Hu Yuan would definitely not let them off easily. He would even ask for more people to cultivate for Lin Ba. In this way, more slaves would be killed or injured. Madman Sue was indeed protecting them, but everyone had one life. It was not like they could be resurrected after dying in the online game. What right did he have to decide life and death? Luo Tian said, "It's not that they are old, weak, sick, or disabled. I don't know how powerful Lin Ba is, nor do I know how powerful his soaring sky fist is. I only know one thing. If you go out, he will definitely not be able to kill you. If they go out, there will only be one outcome: death. Let's share the injuries of those young masters equally. We can all survive. As long as I'm alive, anything is possible. Split the damage." This was a very common type of coordination in games. Furthermore, this would make them more united, instead of struggling desperately like they were now. "Humph! Who the F***CK do you think you are?" A man beside Madman Sue said. "Who do you think you are?" Another man walked up with a fierce look on his face. For a moment, 5 or 6 men stepped forward. Each and every one of them was like a fiend. Gu Zhongtian stood beside Luo Tian and said as a peacemaker, "Big brothers, don't be angry. My brother has just woken up and his mind hasn't reacted yet. Don't lower yourself to his level." He then pulled on Luo Tian and said, "Don't mess around. They have more people." Luo Tian swept his gaze across the 6 people in front of him and said, "I'm not the boss, but you guys—" As soon as he finished, Luo Tian suddenly moved. 8 desolation, 6 directions. The Tier 1 divine skill was released, and the power of the 2nd stage divine expert was crushed. Both of his fists struck out in an instant and directly sent the 6 people in front of him flying. He said coldly, "I'm a little stronger than you cowardly trash." Obviously, there were no injuries on their bodies. If they followed Luo Tian's instructions and shared the damage, then they would have to go out and be sandbags to accompany those young masters in their cultivation. They definitely did not want this to happen. "Touch my brother? I think you're courting death." Madman Sue also made his move in an instant. His fist broke through the air, and with a trace of powerful aura, it directly rushed towards Luo Tian. From the soles of his feet to his waist, and then to his arms, every part of his body seemed to be enhanced by energy. In just a short second, the power of his fist was extremely powerful. Luo Tian's face sank. Facing this fist, he continuously retreated. Madman Sue's fist closed in step by step. Bam! Luo Tian supported himself with one foot on the wall. His eyes turned sinister as he shouted in his heart, "Divine explosion!" Buzz. His strength increased by a little bit. This little bit was enough. Luo Tian's right fist moved. There was no white tiger's roar, nor was there the berserk dragon's fury, only the power of a second-stage divine expert. He faced the attack head-on. Bam! Boom! A muffled sound rang out. Madman Su retreated more than 10 steps. Luo Tian's body sank, his fist was in pain, his right arm was numb, his internal organs were slightly shaken, and there were still serious injuries left in his body. The deputy captain's punches were extremely powerful, causing his chest to feel stuffy. The blood in his throat churned, and the stench of blood filled his nose. Luo Tian forcefully endured it and swallowed it back down. At this time he absolutely could not relax. His back foot supported himself against the wall, and the moment Madman Su retreated, his right leg suddenly exerted force. With the help of the elastic force, he took a step forward and directly rushed in front of Madman Su. Madman Su's face was pale. They were both second-stage divine experts. But why was his strength stronger than his? Why was he able to react so quickly in such a short period of time? He was shocked. Facing Luo Tian's punch, he was unable to block it. Luo Tian came too quickly. Moreover, his arm was numb, as if his bones were about to crack. Seeing Luo Tian's fist coming down, he powerlessly closed his eyes and gave up resisting. But Luo Tian's fist did not land. After a long time, Madman Su opened his eyes and looked at Luo Tian in front of him. His hands drooped down unwillingly and said, "I've lost. From now on, you are the boss here." "Boss? Big brother. Let's attack together." "I can't do it. How can this injured brat be a match for the 7 of us?" The 6 people who had been sent flying by Luo Tian stood up. Madman Su bellowed, "All of you shut up. If you're willing to fight, you must admit defeat. If any of you dare to touch him, I won't let you off." At the same time, Madman Su said to Luo Tian, "Maybe what I did was wrong, but everything I did was not for myself, but for everyone in this slave camp." After saying that, he walked to the side, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. He was surprisingly relaxed. Luo Tian somewhat admired this Madman Su. "If you're willing to bet, you must admit defeat. If you lose, you must admit defeat." If they were to fight again, Luo Tian really wouldn't be his match. He had a lot of experience in battle. The damage he suffered just now was a bit stronger than Madman Su's, but he did not expose himself. Moreover, he had already stood on the terrain and was unable to retreat. "Are you done quarreling? I think you guys are tired of living. Young Master Lin is already impatient. If I am scolded, none of you will have a good life." Hu Yuan walked into the slave camp and said aggressively. At this moment, Luo Tian stood up and said, "I'm one." Gu Zhongtian gritted his teeth and said, "I'm one too." Luo Tian looked at Madman Su. Madman Su's eyes darkened as he looked at the 6 brothers and said, "The 7 of us!" There was a new update at night. Chapter 1545. Very good. Now that everyone is here, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and come out. Young Master Lin Ba can't wait any longer. Manager Hu Yuan weighed the whip in his hand as his gaze landed on Luo Tian. There was a cold glint in his eyes. Including the old man who had just left, there were a total of 10 people. 6 of them were unwilling. These 6 were Madman Su's brothers. However, they didn't dare to say anything because Madman Su was a rank 2 deity. After all, even if the 6 of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be Madman Su's match. However, in their hearts, they were especially resentful towards Luo Tian. They had been tyrannical in the slave camp for so long, but Luo Tian had changed everything as soon as he came. They hated Luo Tian. Gu Zhongtian was careful as he followed Luo Tian and whispered, "Madman Su is a straightforward person. He will say whatever he wants to say. If he admits defeat, he will admit defeat. He won't play any tricks. However, You have to be careful of the 6 people around him. They aren't honorable people. Luo Tian nodded. As long as they touched his bottom line, he wouldn't show any mercy. Xingtian Prefecture ruled over 8 million kilometers of land. It was backed by the blazing mountain range and faced the heaven-reaching river. It formed a natural danger zone. Xingtian Prefecture's prefecture, Lord Lin Zhan, had an unfathomable cultivation. He had ruled Xingtian Prefecture for more than 3 million years and was the absolute overlord of this area. Nantian Prefecture was opposing Xingtian Prefecture. In terms of overall strength, Nantian Prefecture was superior. All these years, Xingtian Prefecture had been trampled by Nantian Prefecture. This made Prefecture, Lord Lin Zhan, very unhappy. He focused on developing disciples, expanding his strength, and recruiting soldiers. As long as you were strong enough, you could get everything you wanted. He recruited experts as guests. Internal rewards stimulated cultivation. Every time a disciple broke through, they would receive additional rewards. Even in the slave camp, as long as you reached rank 3 deity, you could get rid of your slave status and become a servant disciple of Xingtian Prefecture. If you could break through to rank 4 deity, you could become a true disciple and enjoy a salary. The higher your cultivation, the more benefits you could enjoy. However, the divine realm wasn't like the low-level planes. Breaking through? Difficult. It was extremely difficult. Many people found it difficult to break through even once in a few decades. Because of this, more people put their attention on the study of cultivation methods. Among the same cultivation level, the one who cultivated the most profound cultivation method, whose cultivation method was more powerful, would be able to win. Every day, a large number of people in Xingtian Prefecture chose to cultivate as slaves. Lin Ba was the most prominent among these people. Homicidal maniac. On the martial arts field of the Xingtian Prefecture, a young man who looked to be in his early 20s spoke. His hair was combed until it was shiny, and his white robe was spotless. He had a gentlemanly smile on his face as he said, "Sister Jing, watch me demonstrate how the power of the soaring fist is released later. I guarantee that you will be able to learn it within 3 days." He had practiced the soaring heaven fist for 3 whole years. These 3 years were all for today. As long as he could establish a relationship with Lin Jing, his future in Xingtian Prefecture would be much easier. He might even be able to enter the inner clan. Thinking of this, Lin Ba couldn't help but feel excited. Seeing Hu Yuan bring the slaves over, he couldn't help but snort coldly and say, "Why are you so slow? Don't you know that our time is precious?" His expression changed. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Hu Yuan immediately smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry. This servant has chosen a few strong slaves for young Master Lin, so that young Master Lin can practice to his heart's content. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Lin Ba didn't have time to care about Hu Yuan. Right now, he couldn't wait to release his most proficient soaring fist and let Lin Jing know the power of this fist technique. As long as she was interested, then his chance would come. Lin Jing had been provoking cultivation techniques during this period of time. With her qualifications in the clan, the highest cultivation technique she could choose was a second-grade divine skill. However, she didn't want to waste time choosing. She heard that Lin Ba's soaring fist was good, so she found him to see the power of the soaring fist and whether it was suitable for her to cultivate. She said lightly, "Let's begin." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The first move of the soaring fist, shattering the starry sky. Lin Ba's right fist moved. When the fist technique was released, a gust of wind condensed on his right fist. The gust of wind struck out, producing a trace of light as if it was shattering the starry sky. At this moment, Lin Ba said, "Sister Jing, watch carefully." As soon as he finished, the fist moved first, and the body seemed to be dragged, but the body was the source of the fist's power. constantly providing the transmission of power. Bam! A punch landed on the injured old man's body. Whoosh! The old man's chest immediately split open, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splashed onto Lin Ba's clean clothes, and Lin Ba immediately became angry. Dog slave, you actually dirted my new clothes, you old bastard. The speed of his speech was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, without waiting for the old man to fly out, Lin Ba suddenly said, "The second move of the soaring fist shaking the heavens." Bam! Bang, bang, bang! Both fists moved at the same time, and like a rainstorm, they heavily bombarded the old man's chest. His chest cracked. It was pierced through. Blood spurted out. The old man did not have any room to resist and was instantly killed. However, even if he died, Lin Ba did not stop. The second move of the soaring fist technique was not finished, and he was still bombarding the old man. His face became angrier and angrier. "Old thing, you dirted my clothes. Even if you die 10,000 times, it won't be enough." Bam! The last kick directly exploded the old man's head, and his brains splattered all over the ground. The scene was extremely shocking. It was incomparably cruel. This was called a cultivation technique. This was simply killing someone. Killing someone was not as cruel as this. Luo Tian's eyes were secretly shocked, and anger was brewing. Gu Zhongtian pulled his arm and reminded him in a low voice, "Hold it in, hold it in." Lin Ba kicked the old man's body away, and this was not the end. His body moved and landed beside the old man's body. He was already as thin as a skeleton, and now he directly fell apart. It was as if he was still angry. Human life was really worthless in this world. In Lin Ba's eyes, this old man could not even compare to the corner of his clothes. Lin Jing stood on the side, and his face was very calm. He did not care about the old man's tragic death at all. He had been paying attention to Lin Ba's soaring fist, and seemed to have a trace of interest. Hu Yuan on the side flattered, "Young Master Lin Ba is so strong. These two moves of the soaring fist are seamlessly connected, and the strength of each punch is heavier than the previous one. This set of fist technique is displayed to the extreme in your hands. I'm afraid that no one among the outer disciples of Shengtian Prefecture can surpass you." Lin Ba laughed, and this flattery made him feel very comfortable. Luo Tian's anger soared to the sky. A life was gone just like that. He could not help it, but, without waiting for him to step forward, Madman Su suddenly said, "Young Master Lin Ba, let me accompany you in your training. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Brothers, please come to QQ to read and subscribe to support Old Neo. Old Neo really needs subscription support." Chapter 1546. Were slaves human? In Lin Ba's eyes, they were worse than animals. They were just tools. Tools for them to vent their anger. Tools for him to climb up. So, when he released the soaring fist, he did not hold back and used his strongest power to attract Lin Jing's attention. This was his only chance to reach the upper echelons of Shengtian Mansion. Luo Tian was unhappy. Gu Zhongtian was also unhappy. None of the slaves present were happy. It was just that, without waiting for Luo Tian to step forward, Madman Su was the first to step forward. As soon as Madman Su finished speaking, the whip in Hu Yuan's hand lashed down like a bolt of lightning, directly striking Madman Su's chest. His skin split open and blood flowed out. Hu Yuan coldly snorted and said, "Impudent thing, did young Master Lin call you?" Madman Su did not dodge. He did not even look at Hu Yuan. He did not even blink from the pain of his flesh being torn open, as if Hu Yuan did not exist. Tough guy. An absolute tough guy. The corner of Lin Ba's mouth drew back, and he laughed sinisterly. "I heard that you broke through to the second rank of God in the slave camp the day before yesterday, right? That's good. Beating up these trash will not show the power of the soaring fist at all. It's great to use you, a second rank god, to cultivate. Immediately, Lin Ba turned around and respectfully said to Lin Jing, Sister Jing, watch carefully. Lin Jing nodded lightly and did not say much. Lin Ba turned around, and that sinister smile returned to his face and said, challenging my authority? You damn slaves are worthy? Is a second rank god that great? You want to break through to the third rank of god and get rid of your slave status? Humph, if you had endured for a few more decades, you might have been able to, but now, you have no chance. As soon as his voice faded, Lin Ba's fist suddenly moved, both fists rushing towards the sky. Releasing the energy from his fists, the energy in his body surged, transferring all the energy in his body to his fists, not giving Madman Su any chance to prepare, and suddenly attacked. Bam! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Both fists were like muffled thunder. It exploded on Madman Su's chest. Next, Madman Su spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, and his body retreated. Luo Tian's body moved. He stood behind Madman Su and supported him with his palms. Walala! Even so, Luo Tian was still pushed back more than 2 meters by the huge impact. The suppression of realms was really extraordinary. Seeing Luo Tian stand out, Hu Yuan's eyes turned ferocious. The long braid in his hand suddenly swung towards Luo Tian as he shouted, You dare to disturb young Master Lin's cultivation? I think you're tired of living. Pa! The whip drew a whistling sound in the air. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and moved his right hand. Without waiting for the whip to fall, he made a grasping motion in the air and grabbed the whip. Channeling his strength, he pulled hard. Pooh! Hu Yuan was not mentally prepared at all. Who in the slave camp dared to rebel against him? No one dared to dodge his whip, let alone take it. He didn't think that Luo Tian would catch his whip and pull it with all his might, causing him to lose his balance and fall flat on his face. His chubby cheeks rubbed against the ground, causing the skin on his face to break and turn red. Anger surged. Hu Yuan's fat body suddenly bounced up. Ah! With a furious roar. He stared at Luo Tian with murderous intent. Subconsciously, he moved his feet and said in a deep voice, You dog, how dare you resist? I'll kill you. Luo Tian did not move. His eyebrows secretly tightened. His eyes locked onto Hu Yuan's footsteps, and his mind was frantically calculating at the same time. The black divine deity in his sea of consciousness was also quietly operating. The power of darkness slowly rose from his mind. At this moment, Madman Su suddenly stood in front of Luo Tian and said heavily, If you want to touch my boss, you'll have to pass through me first. He was mighty and valiant, just like a Vajra general. Good, good, good. I'll take care of you 2 pieces of trash together. Hu Yuan was furious. When had he ever lost face like this? Furthermore, it was in front of Lin Ba. Where was his dignity as a slave manager? If he did not take care of Luo Tian, how would he survive in the future? Just that, not waiting for his attack to land, Lin Ba shouted in a deep voice, Fatty Hu, I think you want to die? Don't you know that they are slaves to my cultivation technique? If you injure them, what will I use to practice my fists? Scram to the side. His voice was filled with anger. He did not expect Madman Su to be able to block the punch just now, and he was not dead yet. This made him extremely unhappy. Since he was unhappy, he had to get back at him. Hu Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks and immediately looked at Lin Ba with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, young Master Lin. This old servant was impulsive. I will stop immediately. There was always something to subdue. Hu Yuan was tyrannical in the slave camp, but when he met a servant disciple of the Shintian mansion, he had to kneel down and lick his face, let alone the young master of the Lin family. However, he looked at Luo Tian and Madman Su with a cold gaze and said in a low voice, Just you 2 wait. Don't think about having a good life in the future. After saying that, he stood to the side. His face was still red and swollen, looking extremely miserable. When Luo Tian received Hu Yuan's whip, Madman Su's heart changed. This was something he had always wanted to do, but did not dare to do. Seeing Hu Yuan fall to the ground, he was happier than anyone else. So he stood in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian had just woken up, and his body had not fully recovered. Hu Yuan's attacks were famous for being ruthless. Even if it was not fatal, it would still cripple him. Lin Ba smiled as he looked at the two of them. Not bad. I didn't expect that our slave camp would actually have 2 second-stage divine realm slaves. Unfortunately, after today, there will no longer be second-stage divine realm slaves in the slave camp. Yu, Lin Ba pointed at Luo Tian and Madman Su, saying, "The two of you will be my punching bags." Madman Su's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something, but Luo Tian took a step forward and said with a faint smile, "How can the cultivation of a fist technique be reflected by a human punching bag? If that's the case, why don't you find a tree stump and practice? I don't think that beauty wants to see this." The cultivation of a fist technique was focused on a battle. It was not just a punching bag. Lin Jing's eyebrows twitched, and he said without any expression, "He's right, Lin Ba. Only a battle can show the power of the soaring heaven fist." Lin Ba secretly clenched his fists under his sleeves. Lin Jing had been in the training grounds for so long, but he had not said a single word to him. He was actually talking to a slave, which made him very unhappy. It was as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Shortly after, Lin Ba coldly laughed. "Since it's like this, then the two of you can come together. I'll let you two trash see what the soaring heaven fist is like. A new day, let's count the votes." Chapter 1547. I've been waiting for you to say that. Luo Tian's killing intent rose. It didn't matter if he killed people or practiced fist techniques. But you killed people and whipped their corpses. You didn't even let an old man go. Are you still human? Does it feel good to bully the weak? Since it feels good, I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be bullied. Lin Ba's cultivation wasn't high. He was only a third-stage god. Furthermore, he was only qualified to practice one type of cultivation technique, which was the level 2 divine skill, the soaring fist. However, he had been practicing the soaring fist all these years. This set of fist technique was quite profound, but it was only profound. 3 moves appeared. Luo Tian observed carefully. He had found the weakness of this fist technique. Madman Su looked at Luo Tian. He didn't know why, but the man in front of him gave him an incomparably powerful feeling. He completely trusted him. His eyes became firm. From his eyes, Luo Tian knew what he wanted to do. Fight one-on-one? He was definitely no match for him. Even if Luo Tian found the weakness of soaring fist, he was still no match for him. Because of the difference in realms, he still couldn't kill someone of a higher realm. He needed cooperation. He needed someone to attract Lin Ba's firepower. In other words, he needed a tank. Madman Su quickly understood what he needed to do. The two of them stood out. Madman Su laughed and said, "What soaring fist? I think it's just a set of punches. It's not even as strong as my tickle. You still want to practice fist techniques? You only know how to beat a dozen old people." Taunting? Attracting hatred. Very sharp. Luo Tian praised Madman Su in his heart. This move was very useful. Lin Ba was instantly enraged by Madman Su's words in front of Lin Jing. His fists suddenly moved, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He said in a deep voice, "Dog slave, I think you're tired of living. Prepare to die." In his fury, the strength of his fists increased sharply. This time, he didn't hide anything. His fists came crashing down with soaring energy, directly locking onto Madman Su's life gate. Madman Su sneered, come on, if you have the guts. I want to see how powerful your girly fist is. Let's see if it can scratch an itch for me." He continued to taunt them. He was well aware of the power of this punch. There was no way he could block it, but He had unlimited trust in Luo Tian. He was handing his life over to Luo Tian. Then die for me. Lin Ba was infuriated, and he only had eyes for Madman Su. As for Luo Tian, he didn't care at all. A mere rank 2 deity was nothing. What use was a slave? Boom! Right at this moment, Luo Tian's fists moved as he shouted in his heart, "Godly explosion!" Even the slightest increase in strength was still an increase. At the same time, the black divinity in his sea of consciousness circulated a dark energy from his mind. If Luo Tian had noticed it, he would have discovered that his fist was enveloped in a thin layer of black Do Qi, dark force, dark Do Qi. This point, he didn't notice it. No one at the scene noticed it either. The weakness of the soaring sky fist is lower body. Luo Tian grinned. 8 desolation, 6 directions. Luo Tian leaned forward, lowered his body, and shot out fiercely, directly locking onto the roots of Lin Ba's feet. The moment Lin Ba punched out, his fists also followed suit. The power of 8 desolation, 6 directions was unleashed. The power of the dark Do Qi also erupted. In that instant, Luo Tian's speed was faster by a bit. Bam! Lin Ba's fist stopped a centimeter away from Madman Su's forehead, and then his body sank. The bones in his feet were broken, and he felt an incomparable pain. He lost his balance, and his body suddenly fell to the ground. Bam! Do it! While he was sick, take his life. At this time, he definitely couldn't let it go. Madman Su's grasp of the battle wasn't as good as Luo Tian's, but at this time he exploded with an astonishing reaction. The moment Lin Ba fell to the ground, he didn't wait for Lin Ba to get up and fiercely punch Lin Ba's face. F***CK, your ancestor! He directly burst out with a curse. Luo Tian also attacked with all his might, thinking in his heart, kill, 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 kill him and he will be able to break through to the 3rd stage of God. Level up, I must level up. When he finds the opportunity, I won't be his opponent anymore. Lin Ba was lying on the ground, his mouth full of dust as he roared, "You actually dare to sneak attack this daddy, you bunch of dog slaves. Do you know who this daddy is? Do you know this daddy's identity?" Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian slapped him. Shout again for this daddy. Bam, bam, bam. A series of punches and kicks, using all his strength. Killing him would allow him to level up. Even if he was a 3rd stage god, he would be able to get rid of his slave status and even walk out of here. Change. Becoming stronger was the only way to change. He must be killed. Luo Tian did not care about his own safety as he punched out with both his fists. Every punch landed on the same place, the throat, which was the weakest part of the defense and also one of the most fatal places. Thus, after a few punches, Lin Ba kept coughing dryly, unable to speak, not even able to call for help. Everything happened too quickly. It was so fast that even Hu Yuan was caught off guard. Only after being beaten up by Luo Tian and Madman Su did he suddenly wake up, his face turning pale. If Lin Ba was beaten to death by Luo Tian and the others, then his position as a slave manager would come to an end. Immediately, Hu Yuan yelled and pounced on them. "You two, stop it! Stop it! Stop it!" The scene was a bit chaotic. Hu Yuan was also worried that his attack would hit Lin Ba's body, so he did not dare to use his full strength. At this moment, Gu Zhongtian's face darkened as he said, "Everyone, let's go together!" Gu Zhongtian saw that they did not dare to make a move and immediately said with contempt, "You guys are indeed a bunch of cowards. Don't you want to take revenge? Do you want to live like this? Be a slave for the rest of your life?" After a few words, they looked at each other. "Damn it, let's go all out. Anyway, it's just death. There's no point in living like this. Damn it, let's go all out." The 7 of them directly pounced forward. It was a complete brawl. The 7 of them frantically held onto Hu Yuan, while Luo Tian and Madman Su attacked crazily. "Damn it, you're still arrogant. You're vicious and merciless. Lin Ba, you son of a B***tch, this daddy has long been unhappy with you. Today this daddy will kill you. In another place, Lin Jing said to the maid beside her, let's go, soaring fist is too trashy. It's not even as good as the fist technique that slave used just now. It's just that I didn't expect a slave to see through the weakness of soaring fist in just a few minutes. This slave is really not ordinary. Miss, I heard that this slave was caught by Elder Mo for the third miss to cultivate. The maid said, Huh, for Lin you are. Lin Jing's face was a little unhappy, but her mouth revealed a trace of a sly smile. Suddenly, there was an angry shout in the distance of the training field. Stop! The power was through the sky, instantly crushing down. There was still one more chapter at night. Brothers, old Neo needs support. Chapter 1548. Stop! An incomparably majestic voice pressed down. It was filled with a powerful force. This force formed a pressure that crushed all of them. Gu Zhongtian stopped. Madman Su's 6 brothers also stopped. Madman Su also couldn't take it anymore and stopped. Only Luo Tian, he was still attacking with all his might, but his fist was raised in the air and could not strike down anymore. However, he still tried. He thought to himself, just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. I can kill him and level up. But this little bit was incomparably difficult. Boom! The sound was like thunder, directly exploding in Luo Tian's mind. His body trembled violently, as if he couldn't hold on any longer, and almost fell to the ground. The old man's voice was filled with anger. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Before his voice faded, the figure had arrived. It was Emo Chongkong. Gu Zhongtian's expression immediately changed. Luo Tian had also seen him before. From Gu Zhongtian's words, he knew that this old man had saved him on the sky ship. He retracted his fists and struggled to stand up. Hu Yuan's clothes were torn apart. He quickly climbed up from the ground and knelt in front of Emo Chongkong, saying, Elder Emo, these slaves have rebelled. Look at how they have beaten young Master Lin Ba. While speaking, Hu Yuan finally saw the half-dead Lin Ba lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. Without any reservation, even if Lin Ba's mother came, she wouldn't be able to recognize him. He was beaten to a pulp. Too cruel. Hu Yuan finally choked out a sentence. He was also extremely shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that Luo Tian and the others would really kill him. Fortunately, Emo Chongkong came in time, otherwise Lin Ba would definitely have died in their hands. Hu Yuan immediately said, We should kill them one by one. Lin Ba's face was swollen like a pig's head, and several of his front teeth had fallen out. He spoke with a lisp as he stammered, Elder Emo, kill them, kill them. These bastard slaves are still trying to overturn the heavens. Emo Chongkong glanced at Luo Tian, then waved his hand to the 2 disciples behind him and said, Take him down and send him to the infirmary for treatment. Also, Lin Ba, since you've worked hard to cultivate and wanted to contribute to the Shangtian Prefecture, you've received a chance to enter the 2nd floor of the Divine Skill Pavilion to choose a cultivation method. Even if his whole body was in pain, it was so painful that he couldn't feel his face, but he could still hear it clearly. It was like a dream, a blessing in disguise. One had to know that only the core disciples of Shangtian Prefecture were qualified to enter the 2nd floor of the Divine Skills Pavilion. Even Lin Jing wasn't qualified to enter the 2nd floor. She thought about how she was beaten up to enter the 2nd floor. Happiness came too suddenly. In the meantime, Lin Ba hardened his heart and said to himself, You lowly slaves, wait until I cultivate a rank 3 godly skill. At that time, I will chop your heads off one by one. Following that, Lin Ba was carried down. His injuries were heavy, but he was incomparably happy. Hu Yuan was secretly shocked. He felt that his chance had come. Lin Ba was beaten up by the slaves and obtained the right to enter the second floor of the Divine Skills Pavilion. That meant that he would definitely gain some benefits, but the opportunity had to be fought for by himself. Immediately, Hu Yuan said, "Elder Amo, just now I risk my life to protect young Master Lin. Otherwise, these slaves who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth would really— Elder Amo, this kind of thing must not happen. Leave them to me. I will definitely take care of them well, and will definitely not let this kind of thing happen." Elder Mo, not waiting for him to finish, Mo Chongkong didn't even look at Hu Yuan as he slapped him with the back of his hand. An invisible force slapped Hu Yuan's face as he said solemnly, "It's not your turn to teach me how to do things." Pa! The fatty who weighed more than 200 jin was flipped over just like that. He somersaulted in the air and heavily smashed onto the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. He immediately fainted. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Madman Su and the others were all stunned. They thought that their time of death was coming, but they didn't expect that their savior would come. Mo Chongkong looked at Luo Tian and said softly, "People must learn to endure. If you can't even endure this little bit of anger, then no matter how talented you are, it's useless. The divine realm is not a low-level plane. If you take one wrong step, you might be smashed into pieces." Finished. Mo Chongkong turned and walked towards the shade of a tree in the distance. Under the shade stood a fairy dressed in white. After Mo Chongkong walked far away, Gu Zhongtian's mind relaxed, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His forehead was covered in sweat as he said, "Elder Amo has helped us again. Brother, you seem to have taken a fancy to you. Every time, it's because of you that he appears." If Mo Chongkong did not appear, Luo Tian would definitely kill Lin Ba. However, the result was obvious. He would die miserably in the Shengtian manner. With his cultivation, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he had wings. Fortunately, nothing happened to Lin Ba, and Mo Chongkong even made an exception to let him enter the second floor of the Divine Skill Pavilion. It wasn't that he was diligent in cultivating the technique, but that he was comforting him and also protecting Luo Tian. Luo Tian was not a fool, so he naturally understood the meaning behind it. He also felt an additional sense of gratitude towards Mo Chongkong in his heart. Luo Tian thought in his heart, "I, Luo Tian, will remember this kindness." Under the shade of a tree in the distance, Mo Chongkong revealed a kind smile and said, "Third Miss, that man just now is the slave that I chose for you." After saying the word slave, Mo Chongkong didn't say slave, but changed his words. "He is the person I recommended to you. His talent is very special, and his godhead is also a bit special. He entered the divine domain from a lower plane, but he doesn't have any source of origin energy in his body. This is the most special thing about him." Third Miss Lin Yu, dressed in white, her body emitted spiritual energy, as if she was a fairy that was untainted by the world. Lin Yu pouted and said in a spoiled tone, "Grandpa Chongkong, I told you to call me your—" "What, Third Miss? I'm not some third Mississippi." While they were talking, Lin Yu looked at Luo Tian, who was slowly walking back to the slave camp, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Grandpa Chongkong, then did he walk into my cultivation technique?" Mo Chongkong's expression became serious and said in a low voice, "The cultivation technique you cultivate is a top secret, and you absolutely cannot let anyone know, including that slave. Do you understand? You are the Palace Lord's top secret trump card, and everything about you is top secret. As long as you raise your cultivation technique, you can sacrifice anything, anyone, so you don't have to care about the life and death of others. It is their honor to die in your hands. Do you understand?" His voice was serious. However, there was a trace of cruelty in Mo Chongkong's eyes. There was no such thing as an absolute good person in this world. Anyone could be using you, including your savior. At night, his daughter's foot had a long cut, and she had been crying in her sleep. Old Cow's heart was in so much pain that it was about to die. There was one more thing. There will be a blackout tomorrow, so I can't guarantee that the update will be out tomorrow. If there is no update, Old Cow will make up for it on September 1st and 2nd. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1549. Slave Camp. It was dark, damp, and filled with a foul stench. Luo Tian was not used to it. This place was even dirtier than the Luo family's horse pen. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that this place was temporarily safe. He leaned against the wall, trying his best to keep his body in its best condition. Regeneration technique. 1. Releasing it bit by bit, the healing speed was very slow, almost negligible. The regeneration technique was a cultivation technique from the profound sky continent. In the world of God's domain, it was not considered a cultivation technique. In the past, it could regenerate an arm, but now it could not even regenerate a single hair. It could only slightly heal the internal injuries. He was different from other cultivators. He could not rely on comprehending the essence of heaven and earth to repair his body. He could only heal it bit by bit. Madman Su sat cross-legged not far from Luo Tian, meditating to comprehend the ethereal aura of heaven and earth. It was very weak, but he could not let go of any second. He did not want to stay in the slave camp for the rest of his life. He entered the divine realm to pursue the peak of martial arts. No matter how much pain he suffered, the conviction in his heart had never wavered. After a long time, Madman Su exhaled, looking at Luo Tian beside him, who was leaning against the wall. Deep in thought, he could not help but ask, "Boss, what are you thinking about?" He was now completely convinced by Luo Tian. He also sincerely admired him. To be able to find the weakness of the soaring fist in a few minutes, this was truly amazing. Furthermore, Luo Tian had done what he had always wanted to do, but did not dare to do. Beating up Lin Ba and resisting Fatty, who, these things made him admire him endlessly. Luo Tian came back to his senses and smiled. Nothing much. Actually, he was thinking about how to break through to the third step of the divine realm. A third step divine realm could walk out of the slave camp and out of here. Lin Ba was injured and would definitely not appear in the martial arts practice field for a short period of time. Moreover, it was impossible to kill him again. If he wanted to level up, he had to kill a third step divine realm warrior. Who? After thinking about it, the figure of Fatty who appeared in Luo Tian's mind, and he asked, "Madman Su, do you know where Hu Yuan lives? Does he have any special habits?" He was no match for him in a one-on-one fight. He had to think of a plan. Madman Su was surprised and said, "There is an alley on the west side of the martial arts practice field. All the odd job disciples live there. Hu Yuan lives in the deepest part of the alley. If you want to talk about special habits, he seems to go to the fragrance pavilion once a month. Does that count as a special habit?" Huh. Luo Tian immediately became interested and asked, "Is there a fixed time to go to the floating fragrance pavilion every month?" Madman Su said, "On the 10th of every month." Luo Tian asked, "What day is it today?" Madman Su said, "Today is the 7th. 3 more days." Luo Tian's eyes lit up. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, "You're the one, Fatty Hu." Their gazes locked onto each other. In that case, he would have to carefully plan how to kill him. Madman Su lowered his voice and asked, "Boss, do you want to do something to him?" Luo Tian grinned and whispered in Madman Su's ear, "Don't you want to kill him?" "Yes, even in my dreams." As long as Madman Su broke through to the third order deity realm, the first person he would deal with would be Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan had killed countless slaves in the slave camp with a single whip. Every time someone died, he would remember it in his heart. In the future, he would definitely pay them back with interest. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Then listen to my plan." Clang! The gate of the slave camp was pushed open. The people in the slave camp suddenly woke up and trembled involuntarily. Luo Tian was shocked. coming here in the middle of the night to pick slaves to cultivate? Do they still have any humanity?" Madman Sue lowered his voice and said, "Boss, don't go out. None of the slaves who go out at night come back alive. I heard that someone in the Shangtian prefecture is cultivating an evil technique that specializes in sucking people's blood essence. Many nights, the sound of ghosts crying can be heard." Just as he was speaking, a maid walked into the slave camp. She didn't light any lamps, but her eyes were especially bright and suffused with a green light, like the eyes of a beast in the dark. She swept her gaze over and stared at Luo Tian, saying, "You, come out!" Luo Tian's heart tightened. Madman Sue immediately stood up and said, "I'll go in his place." "Did I call you?" Scram to the side. The maid's tone was very cold and did not allow a trace of resistance. Moreover, when she spoke, her body emitted a beast-like pressure that directly suppressed Madman Sue, making him squat on the ground and unable to move. Luo Tian stood up and said, "I'll go with you." Madman Sue pulled Luo Tian back. "Boss, don't go. It's too dangerous." Gu Zhongtian also said anxiously, "During the half-month you were unconscious. None of the slaves who went out at night came back. Listen to Big Brother's advice. Don't go out." "Do you have a choice?" The maid's cold voice sounded. It was filled with coldness. The maid said, "Do you people have a choice?" Choice. For them, choice was the most extravagant thing that only existed in their imagination. There was no choice. There was no room for choice. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists and walked up, saying, "I don't have a choice now, but it doesn't mean that I won't have one in the future. I'll go with you." The maid did not say anything more. She turned around and walked out. Luo Tian followed behind her. She did not say a word along the way. Luo Tian only felt coldness from the maid, without a trace of human life. It was as if she was not a human at all. Luo Tian kept walking. He walked for about an hour. He did not know where he was going, but he silently paid attention along the way and calculated the distance. Opportunities were for those who were prepared. No matter what, he had to survive. As long as he was alive, there was hope. Suddenly, the maid stopped and said to Luo Tian, "Go in." Through the dim light, Luo Tian saw a special building in front of him. It was a tower, a blood-red tower. There were 2 dark red lanterns at the door. Looking inside, looking at the black entrance, it was as if it was the entrance to hell. "Go in." The maid repeated again. Luo Tian had no choice. He could not escape. He could not fight. He could only walk forward. He did not hesitate. Since he was here, he would go in and see what kind of people they were and what kind of evil techniques they were cultivating. Maybe he might even be able to kill him. Luo Tian walked very calmly and walked into the tower. Clang! The door closed. The tower was completely dark. He could not even see his own fingers. Suddenly, a white dress floated down, just like the female ghost in a Chinese ghost story. Moreover, it was an incomparably beautiful female ghost. It was just that her face was as pale as paper and her 2 tiger teeth were very, very long. It was not tiger teeth, but the teeth of a vampire. Fortunately, there was no power outage today, so the update was as usual. Old Cow is so diligent. Come and count the votes. Chapter 1550. Vampire's Fangs. Furthermore, it was long and in the mouth of the lady in white. It actually sounded cute. What the hell was this? Luo Tian instantly tightened his butthole and retreated continuously. Thinking of those vampires and zombies in the movies in his previous life, he felt a chill in his heart. Damn, I don't want to become a vampire that can't be exposed. He immediately dodged. However, he was no match for the lady in white in terms of speed. Furthermore, the aura released by the lady in white directly suppressed Luo Tian, causing Luo Tian's speed to slow down. His eyes widened as he shouted, "No!" Chi! There was a sharp pain in his neck. It's over, it's over. My life is over. I'm going to become a vampire. You will turn into ashes when you see the sun. That's how it is in the movies. Luo Tian's heart trembled. He felt a strong force entering his body from the spot where his neck was in pain. It was like venom rapidly expanding in his body. It was expanding crazily. His blood flow slowed down. His internal organs had all stopped moving. His heartbeat was rapidly accelerating. It was just like in the movies. However, the only difference was that the moment this venom seeped into his consciousness, the black divinity floating in his consciousness was like a god of war that had suddenly awakened. A ray of light flashed, and immediately after, the force instantly extended to Luo Tian's limbs and bones, crazily absorbing it. It completely absorbed the power of the venom in his body. The speed was extremely fast. The speed of the venom spreading was much faster. Furthermore, the black divinity glowed red as it crazily absorbed the power of the venom. At the same time, it was also crazily transforming. The power of darkness, the head of evil, it could absorb any evil power. Without a doubt, the Lin family of Xingtian Prefecture was the blood race. The blood-sucking was the purest blood race in Xingtian Prefecture. The power flowing in the blood was the inheritance of her father, Earl Linjon. It was even purer than her father's blood and had a trace of the inheritance of the Lord of the Blood Race. This dark red pagoda was called Blood God Pagoda. It was a place that provided her with cultivation techniques. The slaves that were sent here were called sacrifices. Lin Yu, Er's expression changed and her pupils shrank. When she sensed a powerful force devouring her power from Luo Tian's body, she made a prompt decision and flew backwards. Her expression was firm as she said darkly, "Who are you?" Luo Tian's neck was in unbearable pain, facing the flying Lin Yu. He said, "I was just asking who you were. You called me out in the middle of the night just to suck my blood. Is this the shameful thing of the Xingtian Prefecture?" Lin Yu, Er's eyes narrowed, a hint of anger in her voice. Xingtian Prefecture has no right to blame themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, he released the power of the blood race from his body, and with a flick of his fingers he condensed a burst of sword qi and directly pressed it towards Luo Tian. It came too quickly. The difference in cultivation was too great. Luo Tian couldn't resist at all. He was forced to retreat. At this time, the divine deity in his sea of consciousness seemed to have eaten its fill, and suddenly released a thick, dark aura that leaked out from Luo Tian's body, forming a layer of aura defense. Because the tower was too dark, Luo Tian did not notice the changes around his body. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Wang, a burst of power collided. The sound of a bell rang out. Luo Tian stood in place without moving, and was not affected in the slightest. However, Lin Yu, was sent flying by a powerful force, directly hitting the wall, bouncing down and heavily falling to the ground. Puffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yu's heart tightened, and she thought to herself, "What a powerful force!" Without waiting for him to react, suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Without waiting for her to stand up, he sat on his waist and slapped her. Pa! The sound was loud and clear. Lin Yu's eyes widened in anger as she screamed. "Ah!" Tears came out from the pain. "I told you to suck my blood. Pa! Ah! I told you to sneak attack me. Pa! Ah! Woo woo! I told you to look down on us slaves. There must be a lot of slaves who died in your hands. Pa! Ah!" Every time he spoke, he would slap Lin Yu's body. It was a solid slap, and Luo Tian was going all out with every slap. Her buttocks were red and swollen. Lin Yu's face was red. It was too painful. Lin Yu's tears flowed as she begged for mercy. Don't hit my butt!" Then, he said angrily, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to suck all the blood in your body. I'm going to suck you dry. Don't hit me. I was wrong. I really didn't kill anyone. Not a single one. I secretly released all the slaves that were sent here in the past. It's just that you're a little special and you don't have any source energy in your body. That's why I sucked your blood, but I definitely didn't want to kill you. I just wanted to use your blood essence to cultivate blood arts. I really didn't. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. If you hit me again, my butt will bloom. For such a long time, in order to improve her blood arts, Mo Chongkong had continuously captured slaves for her to cultivate. But those slaves that were sent here had all been secretly released by her. She really couldn't bear it. Luo Tian was secretly startled. His palm stopped in midair. Really? Lin Yu said with a sobbing tone, Of course it's true. Pa! Luo Tian slapped him and said, Then why didn't you say so earlier? Woo! Lin Yu cried in pain and said, You didn't ask. Pa! Another slap came down and said, You bit me just now. Will I become a vampire? Lin Yu was in so much pain that she forgot to resist and obediently allowed Luo Tian to press her down and obediently replied, No, I won't let you become my puppet blood general. I don't want a man to be my puppet blood general. Not bad. Luo Tian secretly rejoiced and finally stopped. He stood up from Lin Yu's body and said, Luckily you didn't turn me into a vampire. Otherwise I would have immediately sucked all your blood. Lin Yu quickly crawled up from the ground and leaned against the wall. Her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at the faintly discernible dark dou qi on Luo Tian's body and immediately said, Stay away from me. Don't come near me. The power of the dark dou qi was too strong. Moreover, when she got closer, she felt as if she was about to be devoured. Did this man in front of him really just enter the divine realm? Did he really not have any source energy? Then where did the dark dou qi come from? This kind of dou qi. How could he have something that even the divine king could not obtain? Something that even the rulers were envious of? 2 chapters today, for chapters tomorrow, to make up for today's chapter. Good night, brothers. Chapter 1551. How strong was the dark tribulation? Luo Tian did not know, nor did anyone else. What could a super-perfection level heavenly tribulation with 999 streaks of tribulation bring? Luo Tian did not know. No one in the entire divine realm knew. The black divine spark was unique. Was it a mutation, or was it a super divine spark? No one could give Luo Tian an answer to these questions. Within the black blood tower, the divine spark in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness absorbed the evil energy of the blood clan. Furthermore, after absorbing it, it exploded, sending Lin Yu, who was a level 5 deity, flying. In God's domain, such an overwhelming victory was something that had never happened before. The most important thing was Lin Yu did not dare to approach Luo Tian. Luo Tian's body had a powerful energy that seemed to be absorbing the energy in her body. That kind of feeling made one's heart tremble. She deliberately kept her distance and said, Don't come over. If you do, I'll scream. As she spoke, Lin Yu rubbed her but with one hand. It was so painful that tears flowed out. It was too painful. Luo Tian was very playful. He laughed evilly and said, Scream, scream. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will hear you. The maid who brought me here has already left. Ha ha ha, why don't you scream? Lin Yu screamed a few times. There was no response from outside the blood tower. As expected, her maid had already left. Lin Yu became even more anxious. Luo Tian laughed evilly and said, No one cares about you. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Luo Tian took a few steps forward. He was secretly puzzled. Her cultivation is much higher than mine. Why did I see fear in her eyes? Just now, what kind of power sent her flying? Why didn't I feel it at all? In the instant when the dark battle chi exploded, Luo Tian did not feel it. This was the black divine spark's automatic defense. It was like the power in his subconscious. Luo Tian didn't notice it, and he didn't notice the change in the godhead in his sea of consciousness. He only felt that the poison in his body had suddenly disappeared, absorbed by some kind of power. Lin Yu's right hand moved. A blood sword flew out from under her feet, and she held it tightly in her hand. She was ready for battle, and her expression became extremely serious. She said, "I'll warn you again. Don't come near me, or I'll suck all your blood." Ah, two fangs were exposed, just like the fangs of a tiger. They didn't look scary at all. Instead, they looked cute. Coupled with the shallow dimples on her face, she looked even cuter. For a moment, Luo Tian was actually stunned. He muttered, "What a cute vampire girl." Every time she showed her fangs, she would scare people, but the man in front of her actually said she was cute. She didn't know if she should be happy or depressed. She pressed her back against the wall and said, I will really suck your blood dry." Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "If you don't want to get close, then don't." He thought to himself, "I wonder what she looks like. My vision is too poor, and I can't see her face clearly. I can only see two big tiger fangs on her mouth. If she's a super ugly monster, then I'll have suffered a huge loss." Immediately, Luo Tian said, "Are you still going to train?" "No, I'm not training anymore." Seeing that Luo Tian had stopped, Lin Yu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He still dared to train at this time? Luo Tian said, "If you don't want to train, then I'll go back." Lin Yu nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice and said, Okay, you go back. She really didn't want to see Luo Tian for even a second. Luo Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense and found the door that he had just entered. But the door was opened from the outside and couldn't be opened from the inside. Luo Tian used all his strength, but the door didn't budge at all. He could only helplessly shake his head and said, "The door can't be opened." Lin Yu's heart tightened again. Where did you go?" In the past, she would only absorb a little bit of blood essence before starting to train. Who would have thought that she would meet Luo Tian today, absorbing blood essence? She was almost swallowed. "There's no other way. I have no choice but to wait here." Luo Tian sat down, too lazy to pay attention to Lin Yu, who was guarding against him. His mind was thinking about something else. How do I kill Hu Yuan and break through to the third rank of deity? There are still 2 days. This is an excellent opportunity. Whether or not I can break through to the third rank of deity will depend on this. Luo Tian thought to himself, one plan after another flashing through his mind. He had to kill Hu Yuan without anyone noticing. That way, no one in the Shengtian prefecture would suspect him. He was too weak right now and couldn't protect himself at all. He had to be extremely careful with every step he took. As he thought, Luo Tian didn't know if it was because he was too tired or because he had been bitten by Lin Yu. But he fell into a deep sleep. While he was sleeping, the Black Godhead released the Blood Clan's energy that it had just absorbed and frantically healed his injured body. In just a few minutes, all the pain in his body had been completely healed. Luo Tian slept even more soundly. He didn't even notice when Lin Yu came close. Hey, why are you sleeping? You're even snoring." He was too tired. After being unconscious for half a month, the pain in his body had disappeared, and he immediately began to snort lightly. At this moment, the Black Godhead didn't push Lin Yu away when she came close, as if it could feel that Lin Yu didn't have any intention of harming him. Lin Yu squatted beside Luo Tian, both hands supporting her cheeks, like a little girl with a face full of questions. "Who exactly are you? Why did you absorb the Blood Clan's energy? What is that energy in your body? Is this the secret that you don't have the origin energy in your body?" She had never looked at a man so carefully in her life. This man was also a slave. Suddenly, Luo Tian's expression suddenly changed, and his voice trembled. "Shua, Chun Chun, Xin, I will definitely save you. Don't be afraid, I will come to save you soon. 2 balls. Fatty Lay, I will also save you. Those who touch my brothers will die." He kept talking in his sleep. Moreover, when Lin Yu or heard Luo Tian call others not to be afraid. His body curled up, as if he was a helpless and pitiful child. Her heart suddenly tightened, and she muttered to herself, "Did you come to the divine realm to save someone?" The night passed without knowing anything. When Luo Tian woke up, everyone gathered around him. Looking at the pairs of eyes around him, Luo Tian suddenly sat up and looked around. "Why am I back?" This was the slave camp. Gu Zhongtian asked doubtfully. "We don't know either. When did you come back? Don't you know?" Dang, dang, dang. Hu Yuan rang the gong at the entrance of the slave camp. "Trash, come out!" Today, the first chapter of the 4 chapters has been delivered. Thank you, Aways, for the large wave of rewards. Thank you, brother. Chapter 1552. Before his voice faded away, Hu Yuan's fat body stepped into the slave camp and directly lashed out with his whip. Pa! An elderly slave near the door was whipped by Hu Yuan on the spot. His skin and flesh split open, and he let out a blood-curdling scream before fainting from the pain. Suddenly, the slave camp burst into an uproar. Many people were trembling in fear. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister as he shouted, "Fatty Hu, if you have the guts, then hit me again." "Hit me again? You said it." "Then I'll hit you again." While speaking, Hu Yuan's whip directly lashed towards Luo Tian's head. Just that, the whip fiercely swung over Luo Tian's head to the other side and heavily lashed onto a female slave. Pa! Pain! The small knife at the end of the whip directly pierced into the female slave's chest. With a fierce pull, a large piece of flesh was directly cut off from her chest. All of a sudden, blood gushed out and her face turned pale from the pain. Hit! What can you do to me, dog?" Hu Yuan angrily stared at Luo Tian. The whip in his hand suddenly retracted and landed on his palm. "Brat, who do you think you are? A savior? Let me tell you, I am the master of this slave camp. I control all of your fates, do you understand? Humph, I'll give you all 1 minute to come out. If you're late for even a second, don't blame this father's whip for being impolite." With that, Hu Yuan disdainfully stared at Luo Tian. Yesterday, Luo Tian made him lose face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. All the anger in his heart was vented on these slaves. Luo Tian couldn't help it. His anger almost made him go berserk. However, Gu Zhongtian and Madman Su hugged him tightly, worried that he would go all out against Hu Yuan. The disciples outside were all from Shengtian Mansion. If Hu Yuan was beaten, they would definitely help. In Shengtian Mansion, slaves had no status to speak of. Regardless of right or wrong, it was the slave's sin. Luo Tian immediately shouted, "Fatty Hu, sooner or later, I will beat the shit out of you." Hu Yuan sneered and said, "You were already dead before that day." "Humph. A mere slave wants to overturn the heavens," Hu Yuan said disdainfully. Then he quickly walked towards a man in the distance, the vice-captain of the Shengtian warship, Han Xiu. The two of them exchanged a few words, and Hu Yuan nodded and bowed like a pug. Luo Tian and Gu Zhongtian walked out of the slave camp together. Seeing Han Xiu in the distance, Luo Tian's expression immediately changed. Target 1. Above Han Xiu's head were the words Target number 1. Gu Zhongtian's body trembled inwardly. He immediately pulled Luo Tian and reminded him, "Brother, don't be rash. You are not his match. He is a rank 6 deity and the commander of Shengtian Mansion's outer court. Don't be rash." Madman Su also said in astonishment, "You were captured by him?" Gu Zhongtian said, "We almost died in his hands." Madman Su secretly clenched his fist and said, "I was also captured by him." When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Luo Tian was not envious. He was not rash at all. Instead, he was slowly getting excited, because target number 1 was so close to him. Sooner or later, he would kill him. What would the system's reward be? When Luo Tian looked at Han Xiu also narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not die. Han Xiu was also happy. On the Shengtian warship, you made me lose face and even got beaten up by that old fart, Mo Changkong. Kid, I want to see how many times that old fart, Mo Changkong, can protect you. Finished. Han Xiu said coldly, keep a close eye on him. Without my order, no one can touch him. His dog life is mine. You didn't die on the Sky warship, but in Xintian Mansion. Even if you have 9 lives, it won't be enough. Hu Yuan immediately said, don't worry, I will definitely keep an eye on him. All the slaves stepped out at the back of the martial arts practice field. In addition, all the outer court disciples of Shengtian Mansion were gathered at the martial arts practice field. They were all in high spirits. After a while, a few old men walked up the stage. One of them was Mo Changkong, and beside him was a beautiful woman in a white dress. Gu Zhongtian immediately became excited. He pulled Luo Tian and stood on his tiptoes. She is the 3rd miss. She is the youngest daughter of the Shengtian Mansion's lord and also the most beautiful woman in the Shengtian Mansion. Look, she is too beautiful. Even more beautiful than my 90 wives. Luo Tian followed his gaze. She was indeed very beautiful. There was a kind of coldness that came from her bones, a unique charm. Suddenly, Luo Tian asked, didn't you say yesterday that we are the 3rd Mrs. Slaves to cultivate the cultivation technique? Gu Zhongtian's gaze landed on the girl in white. Yes, but 3rd Miss has never come here to choose a cultivation method. She must be kind and can't bear to use us as punching bags. She's so beautiful and kind. Such a woman is so rare. How good would it be if she could become one? Luo Tian laughed in his heart. He could basically confirm that the woman in white in the tower last night was her, and thought to himself, if you see her 2 fangs, you probably won't think so. Blood clan. Vampire. It seems that this Shengtian Mansion is quite interesting. Luo Tian stood quietly in the crowd. Mo Changkong bowed slightly to the old man beside him and said, Elder Lin, please. Lin Hun smiled modestly, walked to the front and said, the annual trial of the Shengtian Mansion's outer sect will begin in 2 days. This trial is different from the previous ones. In addition to the outer sect disciples, the inner sect elite disciples will also participate at the same time. It's just that the disciples of the 2 sects will enter different areas, and the scope is also different. In addition, Lin Hun glanced at the slaves at the back and said, this year's slaves can also sign up. As long as they can survive the trial, regardless of their cultivation level, age, they can regain their freedom and become a disciple of the Xintian Mansion. In addition, no matter who it is, as long as they find the 9 Suns flower, they will be directly promoted to the inner sect disciple of the Shengtian Mansion, obtain the divine weapon forged by the Shengtian Mansion, and obtain the cultivation resources of the Shengtian Mansion. For anyone, this is an opportunity that cannot be missed. When it came to this, the slave camp was in an uproar. As long as you come out alive, you can regain your freedom? Participate, I must participate. I must leave the slave camp. Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian were incomparably excited. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he thought to himself, it's exactly the 10th day of the lunar month, and the plan to assassinate Fatty, who? Damn, it's the same day. Then, for Hu Yuan, Luo Tian could not bear it for a moment. He wished he could kill him right now. Today, the 2nd chapter of the 4 chapters had been delivered. There must be 2 more chapters tonight. Chapter 1553. Boss, the chance is here. Returning to the slave camp, Madman Su's face was filled with excitement. In the entire slave camp, no one was happier than him. After waiting for such a long time, he finally got this chance. It was too difficult. Along the way, Luo Tian had been thinking about how to kill Hu Yuan and break through to the rank 3 deity realm. Only after hearing Madman Su's words did he come back to his senses. He smiled and said, "Yes, it is indeed an opportunity." Madman Su laughed happily and said, "As long as we survive this trial competition, we will be free. At that time, as long as I have a little time to cultivate, I will be able to kill that vicious and merciless fatty who." This was the first thing he wanted to do. Second, rank deity. He could not defeat the third rank deity, Hu Yuan. Luo Tian laughed. Madman Su asked, "Boss, are you participating?" Luo Tian hesitated for a moment. He had heard Lin Hun's words clearly. The newcomer's trial was a test for every disciple of the family, but they were just slaves. In the eyes of everyone in Shengtian Prefecture, they weren't even humans. Why would they be allowed to participate? Moreover, the most important point was their cultivation. Too weak. So weak that they could not withstand the attacks of any demon beast. There was definitely a conspiracy. Using them as cannon fodder? Luo Tian could not guess, but this was an opportunity for him, an opportunity that he could not refuse. As long as he survived, he would be able to regain his freedom and do whatever he wanted. He thought to himself, whether it is a conspiracy or not, I will participate. Knowing that there are tigers on the mountain, I will still go there. Immediately, Luo Tian nodded. I will participate. Gu Zhongtian laughed and said, "When the time comes, us 3 brothers will kill our way through the sky and find the 9 suns flower to become inner disciples. At that time, we can crush that fatty, however we want." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. From time to time, there would be excited laughter in the slave camp. It was as if they could see the day they regained their freedom. It was as if they had trampled on fatty Hu. They were very excited, indescribably excited. But they did not think about whether they would be able to return alive. How dangerous was the training ground! Xingtian Prefecture, outer gate, Han Xiu's courtyard. Han Xiu straightened his body, lowered his head, and said, "Yes. I will follow Great Elder's arrangement. Don't worry, Great Elder, I will take good care of those slaves. I will not delay your business." Standing before him was Lin Hun. Lin Hun stroked the goatee on his chin as a cold smile appeared on his face. In the end, he warned, "This matter must not be known by that old fellow Mo Changkong. Do you understand?" Han Xiu was startled and immediately said, "This subordinate understands. This subordinate will definitely not let Mo Changkong know." Lin Hun smiled with satisfaction. "The mansion lord is in seclusion. This is my best chance. As long as I get the legendary 9 suns flower, I can raise my blood power to the 9th level. At that time, no one in Shengtian Prefecture will be my match." Haha, Han Xiu was shocked. Shengtian Prefecture, Mo Changkong's courtyard. Ever since they returned from the outer sect training grounds, Lin Yu had been following behind Mo Changkong. She said coquettishly, "Grandpa Changkong, just let me participate. Just let me participate. I guarantee that nothing will happen." Her voice was coquettish. Furthermore, she was shaking Mo Changkong's arm. No man would be able to resist her. But Mo Changkong did not buy her words and said, "You can't participate. You definitely can't participate." Although he did not say it, he felt that Lin Hun was hiding something behind this matter. Searching for the 9 suns flower is something that has never happened in the past. Moreover, the inner gate and outer gate are participating together. Even the slaves are participating. There must be a conspiracy behind this. 9 suns flower, a treasure in transportation. This kind of treasure is nurtured by heaven and earth. How can the inner and outer gate disciples find it? Impossible, unless they have already found its location and need a large amount of manpower. The more he thought about it, the more Mo Changkong felt that something was wrong. He could not let Lin Yu participate. Lin Zhan was in seclusion. If anything happened to Lin Yu, he could not bear the responsibility. Seeing Mo Changkong so determined, Lin Yu immediately felt like a frosted eggplant. She could not muster up any energy and muttered to herself, I'm already so old. I also want to go out for a walk. Big sister and second sister are both out training. How can I become stronger by staying in this cage every day? Mo Chongkong smiled and said, You are different from your big sister and second sister. The blood in your body is much purer than theirs. Before your father went into seclusion, he repeatedly told me not to let you leave Shentian Prefecture. Third miss, be obedient. Don't let your father worry about you. All right. How was your cultivation last night? Why do I feel that the kid is still as lively as before? Furthermore, he seems to have become stronger. Did you not refine his essence blood? Mo Chongkong asked doubtfully. When he saw Luo Tian in the morning, he thought that he had seen wrongly. The aura emitted from Luo Tian's body had become stronger. Lin Yu stuck out her tongue and said, Of course, I refined it. Like you said, he does not have any origin energy in his body. His essence blood is very helpful to me. It's just that I finally found someone who can help me cultivate. Of course, I have to make good use of him a few more times. If I let him die so quickly, that would not be good. Huh? Mo Chongkong was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He knew that Lin Yu was lying. He also knew that Lin Yu was kind-hearted and never killed anyone. She had released all the slaves that had been provided for her cultivation in the past. However, her secret could not be revealed to outsiders. Therefore, he had gotten rid of all the slaves that she had released. He was protecting Lin Yu. Once her secret was revealed, it would bring about huge trouble. It might even be trouble that Shentian Prefecture could not bear. As for Luo Tian, Mo Chongkong thought to himself, could it be that you has taken a liking to him? What a headache! Late at night, Luo Tian quietly got up and walked into the darkness. According to the location that Madman Su had told him, he walked towards the depths of the alley. The day after tomorrow was the day of the trial competition. He had to break through before then. Moreover, Luo Tian was very unhappy with Hu Yuan's actions in the slave camp this morning. He could not hold it in any longer. He had to kill him. After he walked out of the slave camp, a white figure not far behind him hesitated for a moment before following him. The third chapter had been delivered. There was still one more chapter. Chapter 1554. I knew you weren't a good person. Humph. I want to see what you're up to in Shentian Prefecture. Lin Yu was very melancholic at night. Similarly, she was also very surprised, because the moment the moon appeared, she clearly felt that the blood in her body was different from yesterday. The most obvious sign of this difference was that her blood had become stronger. This was not the result of her hard work in cultivation. Instead, the problem of consuming a little bit of Luo Tian's blood. Knowing this made her very excited, but at the same time a little scared. After hesitating for half a night in the courtyard, she decided to come to the slave camp to look for Luo Tian. She wanted to further confirm that Luo Tian's blood essence could help her. This time, she did not ask her maid, to look for Luo Tian. No one knew that she had come to the slave camp. But when she arrived at the slave camp, she saw Luo Tian sneaking out like a thief. She immediately thought of the powerful force that came out of Luo Tian's body last night. Her heart sank. I knew it. How could someone with that kind of power be willing to be a slave in Xintian Prefecture? There must be some conspiracy. Maybe he's a spy from Nantian Prefecture. Humph. See if I don't catch you in your true form. Lin Yu followed him silently. She was a 5th-level deity. Following Luo Tian would not be discovered at all. It was a dark and windy night. Luo Tian walked into the depths of the alley and confirmed that this was Hu Yuan's residence. After looking around and confirming that there was no one around, he jumped directly onto the wall and landed in the courtyard like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Luo Tian's footsteps were very light. Every step he took was extremely careful. When he approached the room, he heard the sound of breathing. The door was not locked. Luo Tian easily entered the room. Seeing the pot-bellied Hu Yuan on the bed, he gathered all the strength in his fists, and his footsteps suddenly sank. 8 desolate 6 directions, but he didn't wait for the attack to land. Hu Yuan suddenly sat up on the bed. In a flash, he struck Luo Tian's chest with his palm and shouted, "You're really something. You think you can sneak up on me?" Bang! Walala! The doors and windows were smashed apart, and Luo Tian flew out of the room. He fell directly into the courtyard. The pain in his chest was unbearable, and the blood in his throat was churning. Unable to suppress it, he spurted a mouthful of blood. What a powerful force! Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He seems to be waiting for me to come. Could it be that he already knows? The palm strike just now had definitely been brewing for a long time. In that situation, Hu Yuan was not shocked at all. He even had a cold smile on his face. Obviously, he had been waiting for him. Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "I've been betrayed." There were many eyes in the slave camp. Luo Tian thought that they wanted to kill the slave owner, Hu Yuan, just like him. Everyone should hate him. Therefore, Luo Tian didn't set up any defenses. Who would have thought, since he had been discovered, that Hu Yuan must have come prepared? If he were to fight head-on, even if he killed him, he would suffer even more serious injuries. Retreat! He made a prompt decision. Luo Tian immediately thought of escaping. However, Hu Yuan coldly snorted. Seeing through Luo Tian's thoughts with a single glance, he coldly snorted, "You want to escape? You dog! Since you dare to come, then don't even think about escaping. Today, let me show you my methods." His fat body was extremely nimble at this moment. The moment Luo Tian flew into the courtyard, Hu Yuan took the opportunity to grab the long whip and rushed into the courtyard. Before Luo Tian could react, the whip turned into a black shadow and wrapped around Luo Tian's right foot. Hu Yuan sneered and said, "Get down!" He exerted force. Pa! Luo Tian lost his balance and fell to the ground. His right hand formed a palm and slapped the ground. He flipped in the air and stood on the ground again, looking at Hu Yuan. The overwhelming power of a third-stage god. Seeing that Luo Tian did not move, Hu Yuan sneered and said, "Run, why aren't you running?" He did not approach. His weapon was this spirit whip. If he was too close, he would not be able to use it. Right now, the distance between him and Luo Tian was the best distance for the spirit whip. Hu Yuan continued, "With your weak cultivation, you think you can assassinate me? Brat, even if you live for another 10,000 years, it's useless. You can't escape from my grasp." Luo Tian looked around the courtyard. He was standing in the center of the courtyard, so there was no time for him to climb over the wall and leave. His feet would be entangled by the whip again. Since that was the case, since he couldn't escape, then fight. With a twitch of his brows, Luo Tian took a step forward and rushed forward, shouting in a deep voice, "Don't be scared, I will send you to heaven." Humph! Overestimating yourself. Hu Yuan did not panic in the slightest. The spirit whip in his hand suddenly lashed out, transforming into a fist in the air. Like a horse's rope, it landed on Luo Tian's head. With a pull of his right hand, he exerted force and directly locked onto Luo Tian. With a sneer, he said, "Lie down." "Is that so?" Luo Tian steadied himself and exerted force with both hands. Pulling the whip, he quickly moved towards Hu Yuan's position. He already knew that Hu Yuan would use the whip to lock him up. This was also the best opportunity for him to get close to Hu Yuan. As long as he got close, he would be able to knock him down with 2 punches. However, Luo Tian ignored this whip that Hu Yuan had used for decades. This was not an ordinary whip, but a whip refined from poisonous vines. Hu Yuan's eyes turned sinister, and with a thought he directly activated the mechanism on the whip, laughing. "You're too inexperienced. You think you can get close to me like this? Ha ha ha, Poochie! Ah! Luo Tian clenched his teeth and screamed. His palm was pierced. 5 centimeters long barbs suddenly appeared on the whip, like steel needles. It directly pierced through his palm, causing blood to flow out. His entire body was in so much pain that it was twitching. He never thought that this spirit whip would actually hide such a sinister mechanism, and these barbs even had poison that numbed the nerves. Luo Tian's eyes began to blur. Hu Yuan's sinister and complacent face appeared. He walked up step by step and sneered, "Let me see your true face." "Don't worry. I won't let you die now. I will drop you at the gate of the slave camp and let all the slaves have a good look at the consequences of going against me. Ha ha ha." Hu Yuan was very proud, very proud. The current Luo Tian was no threat to him at all. Seeing Luo Tian on the verge of collapse, he became even more proud. Just that, when he was 2 steps away from Luo Tian suddenly stopped. Luo Tian used all his strength and fiercely pulled out his hands. Blood splattered everywhere, and his flesh was badly mangled. Clenching his fists tightly, he used all his strength before he fainted and suddenly jumped up. His fists fiercely attacked Hu Yuan's chest. As long as this punch could kill Hu Yuan, the poison in his body would automatically be eliminated because of leveling up. But the strength in his body was weak and powerless. When his fist smashed down, it only sent Hu Yuan flying slightly. The strength of this punch was not enough to kill him. Luo Tian's heart secretly tightened. This is bad. His eyes slowly closed. At the last moment before his eyes closed, he saw the white-clothed angel descend. The 4th chapter has been delivered. In August, thank you, brothers, for your support. In September, there is less than half an hour left. Can you push old cow into the sky? Let me see the Weaver Girl. Give all the guaranteed monthly votes to old cow. I really need it. Chapter 1555. A white figure descended from the sky, picking up Luo Tian, who was on the ground. She flew past like a female ghost. Hu Yuan had no time to react. His chest was in pain. Looking at the disappearing white figure in the darkness, he said coldly, "You can escape today, but you can't escape tomorrow. As long as I find out who you are, I will immediately take your life." He had already thought about what to do tomorrow. Moreover, the numbing poison on the spirit whip would not disappear so quickly. Furthermore, the injury on his hand would not recover in half a night. As long as these characteristics were discovered, there was no doubt that this person was here to assassinate him. He would not let him go easily. Subconsciously, careless, too careless, Luo Tian thought that Hu Yuan was only a 3rd-rank deity and was not very strong. He also did not expect that there was a hidden mechanism in his whip. This sneak attack, a complete failure. Before he fainted, he saw the white figure descend like an angel. A person's image flashed through his mind. Lin Yu, no matter why she saved him. In short, he survived. In the blood tower, Lin Yu put Luo Tian down. Looking at his pale face, she secretly said, "Why did you sneak attack a slave master? Revenge?" At first, she thought that Luo Tian was secretly investigating the Shangtian prefecture, or with someone on the streets. But she did not expect that Luo Tian would actually sneak attack the slave master Hu Yuan. This kind of person was a peripheral member of the Shangtian prefecture. Even if he died, no one would care. Assassinate him? Lin Yu dispelled the idea of Luo Tian hiding in the Shangtian prefecture with a thought. Sensing slightly, she found that Luo Tian's entire body was in a state of paralysis. Moreover, blood was constantly flowing out of his palm. Lin Yu frowned anxiously. That, I don't have any spirit pills on me. I don't know how to heal. The only way is, let me suck your blood. Last night, she had clearly felt that Luo Tian's body was injured. However, after she sucked Luo Tian's blood essence, the injuries on his body healed. She did not know if it was because of her blood. No matter what, let's give it a try. Lin Yu's mouth moved, revealing 2 large canine teeth. Aiming at Luo Tian's neck, she gently bit down. Hiss, buzz! Lin Yu's body trembled violently, as if she was being stared at by the eyes of a huge beast. She could not move at all. That feeling of being completely crushed. That power came from Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, automatically defending herself. He was quite frightened. What is it? Lin Yu still had lingering fears. She inhaled slightly. The venom under her teeth slowly seeped into Luo Tian's body. However, in less than 1/10 of a second, her body suddenly moved and was sucked in by a powerful force. Her entire body fell onto Luo Tian's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! That kind of powerful suction force seemed to want to suck her body dry. She couldn't resist it at all. She couldn't even think of resisting it. It was too powerful. That kind of power was too powerful for her. She couldn't resist at all. The power of the Blood Clan. Although it wasn't the strongest power in God's domain, it was still one of the higher-ranked powers. However, in front of this kind of power, she was incomparably small. She paled in comparison to a great one, crazily sucking unknowingly. Lin Yu's consciousness slowly blurred. Her entire body fell onto Luo Tian's body and she finally fainted. At this moment, the black divinity in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness crazily absorbed the power of the Blood Clan in Lin Yu's body. At the same time, the black divinity was also crazily transforming. The power of darkness seeped into Luo Tian's 4 limbs and 8 extraordinary meridians bit by bit. The pain on his body recovered in a short period of time. The wound on his palm healed rapidly. In the end, not even a scar was left. The paralyzing neurotoxin in his body was also quickly removed. Lin Yu's blood had self-healing properties. Under the urging of the dark divinity, Luo Tian's body was recovering crazily. The power contained in the divinity also became stronger once again. The dark battle energy surrounded Luo Tian. It was extremely dense and visible to the naked eye. It was like an invisible defense. Very, very strong. More than 2 hours passed. Woo, huh? Luo Tian was secretly stunned. Why is she unconscious? I should be the one unconscious, right? He clearly remembered being saved by the angel in white and then fainted. But now it was actually the other way around. Hiss! There was another piercing pain on his neck. Luo Tian's back was covered in cold sweat. Damn! She couldn't have bitten me to save me, right? This kind of scene often appeared in movies. He immediately touched it with his right hand and realized there was not even a wound on the place where the pain was. Only 2 pieces of flesh were left. Huh. Why is that? Why do I feel so relaxed? Even my strength seems to have increased by quite a bit. I was clearly injured. What happened? Luo Tian, who was unconscious, did not know what had happened. However, the only thing he could be sure of was that the beauty in his arms had saved him. He did not know what method she had used to save him. Looking at Lin Yu, a voice rang out in Luo Tian's mind. It was Little Blossom's voice. Kill her, and you'll be able to obtain her cultivation. You'll become a rank 5 deity, and you'll be able to immediately return and crush Hu Yuan. Indeed, this was a very good opportunity. As long as Luo Tian made a move, he would be able to kill Lin Yu, and obtain her cultivation. But Luo Tian didn't even think about it and directly said, Little Blossom, you're too cruel. She's my savior. No matter how bloodthirsty you are, you can't make me kill her, right? Little Blossom pouted and said, I am doing this for your own good. You almost died tonight. Your cultivation is too low. Even if you don't think for yourself, think for me. If you die, I will disappear too. You are really too weak now. If this goes on, how are you going to survive in this world? How are you going to save those people you want to save? More importantly, don't you want to reach the highest level and summon me? I know everything, including the source of the system in your body. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. You know the source of the system in my mind. My chrysanthemum is about to explode. Brothers, I beg for votes. Chapter 1556. Of course. I know everything you want to know. However, you have to level up to the top level. As you level up, my knowledge storage will increase, and I will know more. We are a community. The stronger you are, the stronger I am. Didn't you want to know where the son of the divine Lord of Heaven is? The crown prince is in the Tiandao city outside the Shantian mansion. Do you know why I know all this? Because you have broken through to the second stage of the divine realm, so I know all this. Now that you have killed him, my ability will increase again. I might be able to help you find out where the ruler of fate is, where the ruler of luck is, and how to open the passage to the hell realm. As long as you continue to break through, I will be omnipotent. Xiao Hua said seriously. She did not lie to Luo Tian. They were a community. So, in the iron cage of the sky warship, Luo Tian was ambushed many times, and it was only because of Xiao Hua's reminder that he was able to avoid the calamity. In the past, the system was dead, but now it was alive. Luo Tian thought that it was just an upgraded function, but now it seemed that it was not. Luo Tian really wanted to know what was going on with the system in his body. He had always wanted to know. Even he had once wanted to get rid of the system. Xiao Hua's voice sounded again. Now that you have killed her and broken through to the fifth stage of the divine realm, my ability will increase, and I will definitely be able to help you even more. Luo Tian looked at the quiet Lin Yu, in his arms, with a shallow dimple on his cheek. In that instant, killing intent flashed past his mind. He came to the divine realm to kill the crown prince and save Shui, and the others, as well as Fatty Lei and the others. Didn't he come here to break through, become stronger and save people? Now, she was right in front of him. He only needed to move a finger to kill her, and he would be able to instantly obtain the power of the fifth stage of the divine realm. This thought flashed past his mind. Then, it disappeared from Luo Tian's mind and smiled faintly. Little Blossom, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I'm a human, not a system, not a machine. I have emotions, and I won't kill the innocent because of my own goals, and I won't be controlled by some kind of power. I am me, and I am Luo Tian. In the profound sky continent, in the ancient world, if Luo Tian were to kill the innocent, the power he would obtain would far surpass what he had obtained now. What crown prince? What Morong Wanjian? They wouldn't even be qualified to carry his shoes. He could use his sin points to exchange for a powerful expert from ancient myths and legends, who could destroy the world with a single move. But he was not a homicidal maniac, and he did not want to be controlled by the system. If he did, he would lose his conscience. No matter what Little Flower's motive was, Luo Tian just needed to be himself. Little Blossom fell silent. Then he sighed softly. Sigh, I really don't want to see you fall into a desperate situation. I don't want to see you die. Luo Tian smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't die. Immediately after, Little Blossom disappeared from his mind. The killing intent in Luo Tian's mind completely disappeared. Fortunately, the killing intent in his mind had disappeared. Otherwise, he would have died by now. Because the Blood Tower was the absolute forbidden area of the Shantian prefecture. The tower was divided into a total of 7 floors, and the power of each floor was different. The moment Luo Tian woke up, a pair of blood-red eyes stared at him from the highest floor of the Blood Tower. The moment he felt the killing intent in Luo Tian's heart, that pair of eyes also carried an incomparably strong killing intent. He, Count of the Blood Kindred, Xingtian Prefecture Lord Lin Zhan. The moment the killing intent in Luo Tian's heart disappeared, the killing intent in his eyes also disappeared. Even Little Blossom couldn't sense Lin Zhan's current cultivation. He was the absolute overlord within a radius of a few million kilometers. Other than that, Lin Zhan was also filled with doubts about the power in Luo Tian's body. However, he didn't want to see Luo Tian because Luo Tian was his daughter's opportunity. Although Lin Yu was unconscious not long ago, the purity of the blood in her body had increased again, and she had broken through to the 6th stage of the deity realm. The night passed without a word. Luo Tian left the blood tower when the sky was still dark. At this moment, Lin Yu's face was rosy and her breathing was even. From being unconscious to sleeping, she should be fine. Luo Tian also dared to return to the slave camp before dawn. If he escaped, Hu Yuan would definitely not let this matter rest. Moreover, he had eyes and ears in the slave camp, so he had to investigate this matter thoroughly. Luo Tian couldn't let a bomb stay by his side. Early morning. Today, Fatty, who came earlier than any other day. Dang, 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 the gong at the entrance of the slave camp sounded. Pa! A whip lashed out on the ground of the slave camp, causing the bluestone on the ground to crack into several pieces. Fatty, who took a step into the slave camp and roared, "All of you get out here and ambush me? I want to see where you can hide." Hearing the sound of Hu Yuan's whip, many slaves secretly trembled. They quickly got up from the ground and rushed outside, afraid that they would be whipped by Fatty, whose whip. They were all afraid. As expected, Luo Tian was secretly shocked, and the corners of his mouth rose. Outside the slave camp, all the slaves stood in a row. Hu Yuan first counted the number of slaves. There was no less. Then, Hu Yuan said again, "Take out both of your hands, palms up." From the beginning, his gaze had been constantly moving between Luo Tian and Madman Su. He also knew that other than these two, no one else in the slave camp had the guts to assassinate him. "Boss, what's going on?" Madman Su naturally sensed something and couldn't help but ask worriedly. Luo Tian laughed. "Nothing." "Pa." Suddenly, a whip lashed down, directly breaking 2 of the slave's fingers. He coldly snorted. "Didn't you hear me clearly when I told you to take out your hands?" "Ah!" The slave screamed in pain, rolling on the ground in pain while clutching his broken fingers. Luo Tian was once again enraged and clenched his teeth tightly. Madman Su immediately pulled him back and said, "Boss, tomorrow is the day of the trial competition. You must endure it. If we survive the trial competition, we will definitely beat him up. I will definitely not let him off. Hurry up. All of you, take out your hands." Hu Yuan checked them one by one. He looked at Madman Su's hands seriously, and then his gaze turned cold. He stared at Luo Tian, who was at the side, and laughed sinisterly. "You dog, you're the one who ambushed me. Give me your hand. As long as your hand is injured, I'll immediately use this whip to whip you to death." Very proud. It was just like the smug smile from last night. Moreover, he was already prepared. The whip had already been injected with spirit essence. As long as he found a wound on Luo Tian's palm, he would immediately whip it. Luo Tian smiled and extended his hands. Both of his hands were white, not to mention a wound. There wasn't even the slightest bit of skin broken. Luo Tian looked at Hu Yuan's stunned expression and laughed sinisterly. "I've let you down, but next time, I will definitely not let you down." There were still no monthly votes. Sigh. Forget it. The old cow will no longer ask for monthly votes. I'm sad. Chapter 1557. Impossible. It's you. Fatty, whose face was filled with indignation as he glared at Luo Tian. He grabbed Luo Tian's hands and forcefully rubbed them. He discovered that Luo Tian's hands weren't injured at all. Furthermore, there wasn't the slightest bit of divine-grade poison in Luo Tian's body. Why was this? Hu Yuan looked at a slave in the crowd from the corner of his eyes. The slave was also at a loss. Luo Tian secretly remembered the slave and said in his heart, "You'll see tonight." Fatty, who was very angry. However, he could not find evidence to prove that it was Luo Tian who assassinated him, so he could not do anything to Luo Tian. Even if he was a slave owner, he could not casually kill a slave, let alone Luo Tian, who was wanted by Han Xiu. However, He could not make an example of Luo Tian, but some other slaves suffered. 7 slaves were beaten to a pulp because they were half a second too slow. Luo Tian saw all of this. At night, there was a lot of discussion in the slave camp. Tomorrow is the trial competition. This time I must come back alive. When I regain my freedom, I must teach that fatty who a lesson. I can regain my freedom if I come back alive. As soon as I enter the mountain, I will find a place to hide. Ha ha ha. When the trial competition is over, I will come out. I will come out alive like this, right? I am really too smart. The great elder said that he was looking for some 9 suns flower. What kind of flower is this 9 suns flower? I don't even know what it looks like. As long as I can find the 9 suns flower, I can become an inner disciple of the Shengtian mansion and get all the cultivation resources. When the time comes, won't breaking through be like flying? Everyone was looking forward to the future. It was very lively. It was like the new year. Everyone saw hope and saw the day they regained their freedom. Madman Su asked, "Boss, with your ability, it's definitely not a problem to survive. Why do you seem to be thinking about something today? What's wrong?" Luo Tian had been thinking about what happened last night all day. The battle with Hu Yuan, and that poisonous whip of his. Luo Tian practiced every move and style over 1,000 times in his mind. There was still one more night before the trial tournament. There would definitely be unimaginable dangers in the trial tournament. Every bit of strength he could raise was a bit more of a life-saving ability. Other than that, Luo Tian was also wondering why the power in his body had become so strong. Logically speaking, he could only rely on the system to break through and become stronger. As long as he broke through, he could become stronger. However, he did not break through, but the power in his body was obviously much stronger than yesterday. He even had a feeling that the power in his body was about to burst out. This feeling was getting stronger and stronger. What was the reason? Luo Tian smiled and said, "It's nothing. I was just thinking about tomorrow's trial competition. This is a rare opportunity for us." Gu Zhongtian squeezed over and said with a smile, "After the trial competition, we will be free." Luo Tian smiled and said, "For tomorrow's competition, follow me. Don't run around." Although he was not sure, however, Luo Tian kept feeling that there was some kind of conspiracy hidden in this trial competition. Why would they, these useless slaves, participate in it? Serving as cannon fodder? Who's cannon fodder? Why would they serve as cannon fodder? He couldn't understand. However, no matter what, Luo Tian had to participate in this trial competition. Because he had to enter the mountain. Because his beast was also going to break through. His human body was already a 2nd stage divine expert, and his beast body was still a 1st stage divine expert. The 2 bodies could not be too far apart, or else they would be affected. Huff! Luo Tian exhaled slightly, and then whispered a few words to Madman Su. Madman Su's eyes shook as he secretly nodded. Late at night. That night, the slave camp was exceptionally quiet. Everyone was having a good dream. There were only a few hours left before his fate could be changed. However, a figure also flashed out. It was very fast and did not arouse anyone's suspicion. It was also at this moment. Madman Su opened his eyes slightly, secretly paying attention to everything in the slave camp. A few seconds later, a figure crawled up with a rustling sound, looked left and right, and then went out. Madman Su glared and immediately followed. Luo Tian was not going anywhere else. It was still Hu Yuan's residence. It was just that this time, when he entered Hu Yuan's room and found no one there, he began to think that he had fallen into a trap. He thought to himself, "Fatty whose IQ isn't that high, right? He knew that I would come today. After being injured yesterday, even a fool would know that he wouldn't come today." Luo Tian was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he quietly squatted in the dark and waited. "If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human anymore." Luo Tian secretly swore. Half an hour passed. The courtyard was completely silent. An hour passed, but there was still no movement. 2 hours passed. Finally, heavy footsteps came from the depths of the alley. From the sound of the footsteps, one could tell that this person's body was not light. Luo Tian's mind tensed up, his heart was incomparably calm, and his eyes flashed with a ray of light. He's here! Clang! The courtyard door was pushed open, and Hu Yuan walked into the courtyard drunkenly. His face was flushed red, and he hummed a little tune. Today the little demoness waist is really strong. She almost broke my family jewels, ha ha ha. Tomorrow was the trial competition, and he had to participate as well. So, he went to the fragrance pavilion once a month, but this time it was brought forward. The moment he closed the door to the courtyard, a black shadow jumped out. Hu Yuan immediately woke up from his drunken stupor. His hand speed was extremely fast as he pulled out the whip from his waist. With a cold snort, he said, "You dog, you still dare to come tonight. This time, I will definitely not let you escape." Luo Tian had wanted to launch a sneak attack. However, he did not expect Hu Yuan's reaction to be so fast. However, the arrow was already on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. Since he was here, he had to kill him this time. For the sake of breaking through. For the sake of the third stage of the divine realm. Facing the spirit whip that was lashing down from the air, Luo Tian moved his fists and grabbed onto the whip. With a sudden pull, he caught Hu Yuan's power and crazily pounced towards him. Hu Yuan sneered and said, "You really don't have a good memory." Whoosh! The barbs on the whip suddenly pierced out. Luo Tian's sea of consciousness sank, and a burst of power suddenly erupted from his palm. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! In the darkness, this power could not be seen at all. If it was in a bright place, then one would be able to clearly see that Luo Tian's fists were wrapped in a thick layer of dark dou qi. The power released from Luo Tian's palms directly sealed the whip, and the barbs could not pierce through at all. This was a move that Luo Tian had comprehended for a day to counter the poisonous barbs on the whip. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Hu Yuan had a complacent smile on his face. He thought that, just like last night, he would definitely not be able to escape the barbs. However, just as he was about to laugh out loud, a fist landed on his forehead. His entire body was sent flying. He crashed into the steps. Bam! Luo Tian roared angrily. "Let's see if you die or not." With a leap, his fists punched out violently, directly smashing Hu Yuan's head into smithereens. Ding! Thank you to those brothers who voted for the monthly votes. The old cow said today that there was no need for monthly votes. There was no use in asking for it. In the past, he only wanted his brothers to remember this book, but now, the old cow was fine, quietly finishing writing the undefeated book. Good night, everyone. Chapter 1558. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Hu Yuan. Do you wish to change your realm? Yes. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for breaking through. Currently at the third step of the divine realm. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Spirit Whip Structure Diagram. Kill. Fatty who died, and he died very miserably. His head was smashed into meat paste. If his mother was here, she definitely wouldn't be able to recognize him. Luo Tian laughed excitedly and thought to himself, "I've broken through!" Third step of the divine realm. It really wasn't easy, Sai. I still prefer the previous experience to level up. Killing people like this is really too difficult. In order to kill the third step divine realm Hu Yuan, Luo Tian had really put in a lot of effort. If not for the fact that the divine deity in his sea of consciousness had become stronger and used the dark dou qi to bind the spirit whip, he didn't know when he would be able to kill Hu Yuan. If he couldn't kill people, he wouldn't be able to level up. It was really a bit *ket up. If he could change it back, Luo Tian really wanted to change it back. It was just that Luo Tian sighed in his heart. The idea moved and asked, Comrade Little Blossom, now that I have leveled up, your ability has also increased. Can you sense the position of the Crown Prince? And the position of the Ruler of Fate, the position of the Ruler of Luck? You can try all of these. Little Blossom popped out from the system interface. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "Yes, sir." Very cooperative. A few seconds later. Ruler of Fate. Search failed. Ruler of Luck. Search failed. Crown Prince. Search. Success. Distance, 138 million kilometers. Location, Heavenly Law, Divine City. The reason for the failure of the search was that the distance was too far. Luo Tian was secretly startled. At first, he thought that Little Blossom was lying to him, but he didn't expect that he would really be able to find the location of the Crown Prince. It was just that this 138 million kilometers was a bit too far. The Shengtian Prefecture's territory was only 8 million kilometers, and this 8 million kilometers required a sky warship to fly across. What kind of concept was 138 million kilometers? If he walked with his feet, he would never be able to reach it. Immediately, Luo Tian was puzzled and complained in his heart, "It really isn't as good as the previous system." Xiao Hua giggled and said, "You can change everything." Huh. Luo Tian was puzzled. Change? I can even change the system? Little Blossom smiled, but didn't say anything. You'll understand when the time comes. Just as Luo Tian was communicating with Little Flower, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. A white figure stood on the wall of the courtyard. Killing a slave owner? If the steward of Shengtian Prefecture finds out about this, I'm afraid you won't be able to live. His voice was cold. Luo Tian was shocked and looked up. It's you. Lin Yu, Ori's silhouette moved. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. She was indeed a fairy from the Blood Clan. Her body landed gracefully on the ground, and she smiled. If I tell anyone about this, you'll be executed before the sun rises. Killing a slave owner was not a big deal. However, as long as people found out, the outer sect of the Shengtian Prefecture would definitely take care of it. It was normal for a slave to be executed. Luo Tian laughed and asked, "What do you want?" Lin Yu looked as if her scheme had succeeded and said, "Be my Wu Shu." Luo Tian said, "Wu Shu." Lin Yu said, "That's right, it's a servant who specializes in accompanying me in my cultivation. His status is higher than your current slave, and you don't have to be a human sandbag to cultivate your cultivation technique anymore. I can even give you some freedom in your life." Luo Tian laughed. "What an enticing condition! I think no slave would reject it, not to mention that the master is such a beautiful little sister from the Blood Clan. However, why do you want to be a wushu? You might as well be your lover. Your husband is fine too, other than accompanying you in your cultivation. I can also accompany you in bed and serve you in all aspects. What do you think? I think it's pretty good." Luo Tian said shamelessly. Moreover, as he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Lin Yu's chest that was about to pop out. The corner of his mouth drew back, revealing an evil smile. Lin Yu was furious and said fiercely, "Humph! Since you don't agree, then I will immediately report this matter to the outer sect elders. Let's see what you can do." After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. After turning around, a smug smile appeared on her face, and she thought to herself, "Tell me to stay, beg me to stay, beg me. You're about to beg me, hee hee. This is your little weakness. I don't believe that you won't beg me." Killing a slave owner could be a big or small matter. However, if Lin Yu were to say this, then it would definitely be a big matter. The outer sect elders would definitely punish him severely, and without even thinking about it, they would definitely execute Luo Tian. Lin Yu thought that she was in control of everything. However, she walked to the entrance of the courtyard and didn't see Luo Tian say a word. Not to mention begging her, he didn't even make a sound, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. She was a little anxious, and her pace slowed down a lot. She pretended to not care and said, "You can beg me now, but when I spread the news that you killed him, you won't be able to live." Luo Tian was indifferent. Lin Yu became even more anxious, and her pace became even slower. "Hurry up and beg me, this is your last chance." Luo Tian still didn't say anything. Lin Yu was so angry that she stomped her feet and turned to stare at Luo Tian. At this time, Luo Tian had a smirk on his face as he said, "Go and threaten me, go and threaten me. I hate it the most when people threaten me. If it weren't for the fact that you're a beauty, I wouldn't have been polite to you. Now I will give you a choice. Be my warrior, and I will let you break through quickly. You are able to break through to the 6th level of deity because of me. If you report me, it will be difficult to increase the purity of your blood, and your cultivation realm will also be shackled, unable to break through. Little girl, this is your only chance." All of this was Luo Tian's guess. However, yesterday, she was still a 5th level deity, and today she broke through. It had nothing to do with him? Impossible. Otherwise, why would she save him time and time again? And Luo Tian's heart moved, and he couldn't help but think that his increase in strength might have something to do with Lin Yu. Or perhaps it was because of some kind of power in her body that stimulated him. Lin Yu was furious. I think you are thinking too much. Do you know who I am? Just based on what you said just now, I can kill you 100 times. Luo Tian acted as if he didn't hear her. My warrior, other than accompanying me in training, will also warm my bed, wash my clothes, and cook for me. She will do whatever I say, including some things that everyone loves to do. Lin Yu trembled from Luo Tian's evil stare. Luo Tian smiled evilly. Do you agree? Chapter 1559. I don't agree. I won't agree to it. Lin Yu blushed. She clearly had Luo Tian's weakness in her hands. Why was it that Luo Tian was threatening her? It was a mess. Lin Yu's little head couldn't wrap itself around it, and she even walked away angrily. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Think about it again. There are many benefits to being my Wu warrior. You really don't need to think about it again. This is your only chance. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another one." The more she spoke, the faster Lin Yu walked away angrily. Finally, she walked into the blood tower. Huff, huff. I'm so angry, so angry. He actually wants me to become his Wu warrior. Doesn't he know that I have something on him? As long as I report it to any elder. That's right. I'm the one who has something on him. How could I? Lin Yu. Lin Yu. You must be out of your mind. Your cultivation level is higher than his. If he dares to plot against you, you should immediately crush him. What can he do to you? Lin Yu suddenly understood. She exhaled heavily and said angrily, I won't let you off so easily next time. However, speaking of which, it was indeed as Luo Tian said. After absorbing Luo Tian's blood essence twice, the purity of her blood had increased twice. Her cultivation had also naturally broken through while she was unconscious yesterday. If it was in the past, this would definitely be impossible. Luo Tian must be hiding some huge secret. This was the reason why Lin Yu wanted Luo Tian to be her Wu warrior. Suddenly, a voice came from the top of the tower. The voice was very deep and echoed in every corner of the blood tower. Lin Yu's expression immediately tensed up. She respectfully replied, Father, agree to any of his requests. He can help you with things that I can't. You, no matter what happens, don't leave him. He will make your achievements greater than mine. Lin Zhan said calmly, if these words were to be said outside, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. What kind of existence was he? He was the ruler of a land of death with a radius of 8 million miles. He was the lord of the Shangtian prefecture and an extremely noble count of the vampire race. The power he possessed was immeasurable. How could he say something like that? Lin Yu, or herself, was secretly shocked. She said, "But, father, he actually wants me to be his warrior. I don't want it." She wanted her to warm the bed, do the laundry, cook, and accompany Luo Tian. She was too embarrassed to say these words. Lin Zhan smiled faintly and said, "Ha ha ha. Fish has grown up and knows how to be shy." Lin Yu stomped her feet and said coquettishly, "Daddy, he's really too despicable." "Ha ha ha." Lin Zhan smiled kindly. Then he continued, "This brat isn't bad. If he wanted to do something to you, he would have done it last night. However, he didn't take advantage of you. It can be seen that he's a gentleman. No man would be able to resist that kind of scene yesterday." However, Luo Tian held himself back. This was what Lin Zhan respected the most. He knew very well how beautiful his daughter was. However, Luo Tian could remain calm in her embrace. This was indeed very rare. Lin Yu was stunned. She only remembered that when she was sucking blood last night, she was sucked in by a force. Then she fainted. When she woke up, it was already the next morning. What happened while she was unconscious? After hearing Lin Zhan's words, her cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Lin Zhan said, "He has a very powerful force in his body. Once this force is fully unleashed, even I won't be his match. Also, this force can help you purify your blood and cultivate. Believe me, don't reject anything he asks you to do." Daddy, Lin Yu didn't think about anything else. The scene of her warming the bed for Luo Tian kept appearing in her mind. She also saw the evil smile on Luo Tian's face. When she thought of this, her head felt like it was going to explode. She kept saying in her heart, No, I don't want to be his warrior." Luo Tian disposed of Hu Yuan's corpse. Then, he returned to the slave camp silently. At this moment, Madman Su stepped on a slave. "Traitor, you actually colluded with Fatty Hu. Don't you think that he hasn't killed enough brothers? Go and die." He kicked the vital part of the slave. He killed him directly. He didn't show any mercy. Luo Tian walked up and glanced at his brothers in the slave camp. "I don't want to explain anything, but please believe me. I just want you to leave this place alive. Tomorrow is the trial competition, and it is our only chance. But this chance is filled with danger. Once we enter the trial grounds, obey my orders. We need to be united in order to survive. Unity is our only way out." Everyone looked at Luo Tian. There was respect. There was also disdain. After tomorrow they might be free. Who would be willing to listen to Luo Tian's nonsense? Regardless of whether they listened or not, this was all that Luo Tian could do. The night passed in a throbbing rhythm. Morning. Early in the morning, all the outer court disciples were gathered at the martial arts practice field. The gong at the entrance of the slave camp did not ring. Luo Tian and the others did not go out. After waiting for a long time, Fatty, who did not appear. Following that, an outer court steward walked into the slave camp while covering his nose. He said in disgust, "What are you bunch of trash still standing there for? Hurry up and gather at the martial arts practice field. Do you want me to use a palanquin to invite you all? A bunch of trash." After saying that, he turned around and left, as if he would die if he stayed even a second longer. Everyone rushed out and quickly ran to the martial arts practice field. Madman Su stood beside Luo Tian and said excitedly, "Boss, did you succeed?" Luo Tian chuckled. Madman Su immediately became excited and said in admiration, "Boss, you're too fierce, and your current cultivation is stronger than mine, could it be?" Luo Tian nodded again. Madman Su became even more excited. On the martial arts practice field, Lin Hun said some motivational words. It was nothing more than telling everyone to work hard and find the 9 suns flower to change their lives. He told the slave camp not to be discouraged, that as long as they lived, they would be able to regain their freedom. Throughout the morning, no one asked about Hu Yuan's disappearance. This was out of Luo Tian's expectations. No one cared about a mere slave owner's life or death. Only Han Xiu looked around the slave crowd a few times, but did not find Hu Yuan. He frowned, but did not send anyone to ask anything. Luo Tian stared at the target number 1 above Han Xiu's head and secretly clenched his fists. If I get the chance, as long as I have the chance, I will definitely kill you. The system reward. Hee, this time, I will definitely take the trial competition. As for what reward? Luo Tian seemed to have already guessed it. The system changed. 1,600 chapters. It had unknowingly become so many. Chapter 1560. Outside the Flame mountain range. The heat was unbearable. The surface temperature had reached 70 to 80 degrees, and this was only the periphery. The further in one went, the higher the temperature. It was as if one was being roasted on fire. Moreover, the heat was nothing. The blazing aura was also mixed with poison gas. If one was not careful, they would be poisoned. Training grounds. In a crimson-red forest. These trees were also extremely special. Every tree did not seem to be a tree, but a stone tree formed from magma. It was just that these trees were the same as ordinary trees, with branches and leaves towering into the sky. There were also all sorts of spirit grass growing here. The common characteristic of these spirit grass was that they were of the fire attribute. The 9 suns flower that they were looking for this time was a top-grade spirit grass of the fire attribute. It possessed an incomparably blazing power and was filled with the explosive power of the sun. Huff! Hot, it's too hot. I even said that I would find a place to hide for a few days before going out, but there's nowhere to hide in this place. Not to mention a few days, even if it's a day, it will directly turn into a dried corpse. The Flame Mountain Range is simply being roasted in a furnace. Many slaves complained. Everyone was drenched from head to toe, and many of them were half naked. Luo Tian was the same. Hot, sweat the size of beans rolled down his body. If this continued, even if he didn't die from the sun, he would die from dehydration, although they had divine bodies. However, there was a saying that gods were also humans. They were only stronger than the humans of the lower planes. In the divine realm, they were restricted by various laws. In the end, they were still humans. Hurry up. All of you are like dead dogs. Hurry up. Behind Luo Tian and the others was a group of outer sect disciples. From the moment they entered the training grounds, these so-called outer sect disciples directly used Luo Tian and the others as cannon fodder. Only a small number of outer sect disciples were moved. Did you slaves hear what I said? I told you to hurry up. Lin Ba said aggressively. After 2 days of treatment, the injuries on his body had healed. Furthermore, he had even cultivated a Tier 3 cultivation technique. Furthermore, because of that cultivation technique, he had broken through in the past 2 days, reaching the 4th rank of deity. All of this was thanks to Luo Tian. If he hadn't been beaten half to death by Luo Tian, he wouldn't have been able to obtain all of this. However, Lin Ba's participation in the trial tournament was to properly thank Luo Tian. Brother Ba, the progress is too slow. At this speed, we won't be able to reach the next foothold before dark. If we don't arrive at the gathering place at the scheduled time, I'm afraid we'll encounter danger. A disciple reminded, Tyrant brother, why don't we just leave them here? Why bring these burdens along and drag down our progress? Indeed, the cultivation of the slaves could not be compared to the outer sect disciples. His speed was naturally much slower. Lin Ba glared at that person and said, What the hell do you know? This time when he was choosing cultivation techniques in the Divine Skill Pavilion, he coincidentally heard the conversation between the 2 elders. One of them was about the trial tournament and was also about the 9 suns flower. That kind of dangerous place needed cannon fodder. Only by filling the stomachs of the man-eating flower would they be able to get close. These slaves were the best cannon fodder. This was also the reason why he didn't make a move on Luo Tian at the first moment. Then again, Han Xiu had specially explained that Luo Tian was the person he wanted. Lin Ba frowned secretly. These slaves could not be given up, but their progress had to be caught up. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous to spend the night in the blazing mountain. Although there was nothing in the day, at night, all sorts of powerful demon beasts would appear, and they would not be able to resist at all. Pa! A whip lashed down from the sky, directly splitting a slave who was at the back into two. Blood sprayed all over the ground. Lin Ba retracted his whip and shouted, "Whoever is the slowest will die. None of you can afford to delay this daddy's important matters." Cruel to the extreme. All the slaves were stunned. A second later, they all ran forward with all their might. Their speed increased. Lin Ba grinned and said, "If I don't kill a few slaves, you will all forget about this daddy's methods. Brothers, follow them. Remember, don't let these dog slaves escape, especially that brat." Lin Ba pointed his whip at Luo Tian, who was in the crowd. A trace of killing intent flashed past his eyes as he thought to himself, "You dog, if not for Elder Han's instructions, you would already be dead." In the crowd, Luo Tian said in a low voice, "Madman, speed up." Madman Su was startled and said, "Boss, what plan do you have?" Luo Tian said, "This can't go on. We will die of dehydration before we reach the assembly point, and Lin Ba will definitely treat us as cannon fodder. Under their control, none of us will be able to survive." Madman Su also noticed this and asked, "Just tell me what you want me to do." Luo Tian said, "Later, you just have to call for the demon beasts to come. Their formation will definitely be messed up, and at that time, find an opportunity to kill Lin Ba. Once Lin Ba dies, these outer court disciples will be like a plate of loose sand." Madman Su nodded his head. "Boss, but it's very difficult to see demon beasts during the day in the outer area of the Flame Mountain Range. If I say that the demon beasts are here, they won't believe me. And once I say that the demon beasts are here, they will be in chaos, and our own people will also be in chaos. I can't care about that anymore. Tell your brothers to calm down." Luo Tian said, if this continued, it would definitely not work. If he wanted to live, the prerequisite was to escape from the control of these outer court disciples. Madman Su clenched his fists and said, "All right." Luo Tian said, "Now count down. When you count to 300, start talking. At that time, demon beasts will naturally appear." Madman Su nodded. Although he did not know why demon beasts would appear in this place, he chose to believe in Luo Tian. Suddenly, Luo Tian's speed suddenly increased. The cultivation of a third-stage divine expert exploded out. He directly rushed to the front of the crowd. "Brother Ba," that brat suddenly increased his speed. "Should we follow him?" An outer court disciple said. Lin Ba grinned and said, "He won't be able to escape from my grasp." He did not chase after him, because Lin Ba was very clear about the terrain here. There was only one path that led to the assembly point, and the other places were all dead. 5 minutes passed. Madman Su pointed to the front and suddenly shouted, "Demon beasts, demon beasts, demon beasts are here!" The brothers in the slave camp immediately panicked. Lin Ba's eyes were filled with anger as he shouted, "Demon beasts won't appear in this place during the day. I think you want to die. If you dare to disturb my morale again, I'll—" Not waiting for him to finish, a werewolf with traces of flames on its body suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, Lin Ba fell to the ground and was so scared that he peed his pants. He shouted for help. "Help! Demon beasts are here!" Luo Tian, who was in beast man mode, directly scared Lin Ba to the point of peeing his pants. Lin Ba had completely lost his ability to resist. Moreover, at this time the outer court disciples rushed out like a swarm of bees, hating their parents for not giving birth to them with 2 more legs. Luo Tian did not give Lin Ba a second chance. Both fists struck out. Every punch hit flesh. Half a minute passed. Ding! He only wanted to say one thing. Long live the motherland. Brothers, good night. Chapter 1561. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lin Ba, obtaining 100 points of God Essence, 100 points of Source Energy. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Soaring God Fist. Do you wish to cultivate it? Ding! Do you wish to exchange levels? Exchange! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, 4th stage Divine Stage. Kill Lin Ba. What a lucky kill. The Beastman of the first step was not his match at all. The reason why Lin Ba was afraid was because the demon beasts of the Flame Mountain Range were all extremely powerful. At that moment, he was scared silly and did not have the strength to retaliate. Furthermore, he was only used to being a tyrant in the outer sect of the Shangtian Mansion. Every time he would only bully the slaves. In terms of battle experience, there was nothing at all. Run! Young Master Lin Ba was killed by the demon beasts. Run! Run for your lives. The demon beasts of the Flame Mountain Range are here. For a moment, chaos ensued. The outer sect disciples were fleeing, and so were the slaves. When one fled, the others followed. What followed was chaos, and with Lin Ba's death, they became even more panicked. Even Madman Su's expression could not help but become nervous. The brothers beside him kept asking him, "Big brother, run." Big brother, in the end. None of his 6 brothers in the slave camp were left. A few minutes later, only Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian were left. The idea moved. Luo Tian immediately returned to his human form. Madman Su's back was drenched in cold sweat. When he saw Luo Tian, he immediately fell to the ground, paralyzed. "Boss, you scared me to death. I almost had a heart attack. Do you know how ferocious the demonic beasts in the Flame Mountain Range are? If we really encounter one, all of us together are no match for it." Gu Zhongtian's face was filled with excitement and said, "Ha ha ha. Then you don't understand him. This brat likes to play with excitement." Then, Madman Su was startled. "Boss, your cultivation." A Tier 4 deity. Luo Tian didn't hide anything. This was just the beginning. For Luo Tian, this wasn't a trial competition, but a slaughter competition. He wanted to use this opportunity to quickly break through and kill his first target. It was Han Xiao. Killing people to level up was indeed satisfying. However, Luo Tian was still not used to it. He liked the feeling of killing people to gain EXP. Only by leveling up could he feel the thrill of it. Furthermore, without anyone to kill, Luo Tian would not be able to level up. It was as if he was restricted by the system. His heart skipped a beat. Luo Tian continued to ask, "Can you sense where the Chief Sovereign of Fate and the Chief Sovereign of Luck are?" Little Blossom's interface popped up, and after sensing for a bit, she said, "I still can't. The Divine Dominion is too big. I have to level up a bit more. But even if you can sense the location of these sovereigns, what can you do? Given your current strength, let alone a hegemon, you won't even be a match for a high-tier deity. The most important thing right now is to kill more people and break through more often." Luo Tian frowned. He didn't ask further. Madman Su walked up and asked, "Boss, what should we do now?" Gu Zhongtian said, "I heard them say that we have to reach the gathering point before nightfall. Otherwise, there will be demon beasts at night, and we won't be able to live past tomorrow. Furthermore, the Flame Mountain Range is too hot. If we don't drink any water, our bodies won't be able to take it." Madman Su said, "If we go to the gathering point, will we be discovered? Once we are discovered, then we—" The appearance of the demon beasts was too strange. Moreover, why did only Lin Ba die? Luo Tian was thinking. Gu Zhongtian couldn't help but say, "Why don't we escape? If we follow the disciples of the Shangtian Manor, we will definitely die. Even if we don't die in the hands of the demon beasts, we will die in their hands. At that time, we will be free to escape. Madman Sue bitterly smiled and said, I came to the slave camp earlier than you guys. You might not know, but all the passages on the east side of the Flame Mountain Range are controlled by the Shengtian Manor. Without these passages, we won't be able to leave. If we don't use these passages, then we will have to go to the south or the west. If that's the case, I estimate that we won't be able to live past a day before being eaten by the demon beasts. Gu Zhongtian said, Then what should we do? Can't we escape or stay? While they were talking, Luo Tian asked Xiaohua, Is there a water source around? The most important thing now was to replenish his water and recover his strength. He definitely couldn't go to the gathering point. Even if he wasn't discovered, he would still be used as cannon fodder. Even if Luo Tian was a rank 4 deity, it was still the same. Moreover, there was still a rank 6 deity at the gathering point, Han Xiu. If he knew that his cultivation had broken through so quickly, he wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Xiao Hua's thoughts moved. Luo Tian was secretly delighted. He immediately said, We have to walk on our own from now on. We can't go to the gathering point. It's too difficult to escape from the Flame Mountain Range. Our only path now is to advance, find the 9 Suns flower, and survive until the end of the trial. Only by surviving would there be hope. Madman Su said, Then where should we go? Luo Tian pointed to the side and said, West. Big brother, the west is a cliff. There's no way to go there. Gu Zhongtian asked about the situation of the Flame Mountain Range. Luo Tian smiled. Trust me. The two of them were stunned. Luo Tian had already walked far away. The two of them quickly followed. Linba is dead? Useless things. Han Xiu was furious when he heard the news of Lin Ba's death. Where did the slaves go? Most of them are rushing to the gathering point. There are also some who got separated. I don't know where they are. A disciple replied. Han Xiu frowned and said, What about the kid I wanted? He got separated too. We haven't found any trace of him yet. Han Xiu's eyes darkened and he suddenly shouted, Trash, you people can't even keep an eye on a person. I really don't know what's the use of keeping trash like you. Send more people to search. We must find that kid. Old Han, it's going to be dark soon. Even if that kid has 9 lives, he won't be able to live past tomorrow. If we go to find him, Pa. Han Xiu slapped him and shouted, I told you to go and find him. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you can die here. Yes. The disciple spat out of the tent. Han Xiu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, Kid, that guy Mo Chongkong provided you with a cultivation method for the 3rd miss, but you didn't die time and time again. What secrets are you hiding? Wah! Gulp! 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 The 3 of them walked into a deep valley and found a small stream. The 3 of them started drinking. After drinking, the 3 of them recovered a little. Madman Su looked at the dimming light and said, Boss, night has fallen. It's time for the demonic beasts. Today is Victory Day. The whole country is on holiday. Old Nyo. Bosses, can you give Old Nyo a chapter break? Let's just have 2 chapters today. There's 1 more at night. Thank you, bosses.